Why does the United States use the Electoral College to pick the president? The Founding Fathers were split. Should Congress choose the president or should it be left to the people? The use of electors was the solution. When you cast your vote for president, you're deciding which electors will represent your state. The number of electors in each state is determined by how many seats in Congress that state has, and that number is based on the state's population. So for example, let's look at California. Every state has 2 senators, so right off the bat, that's 2 electors. California, the most populous state, has 53 representatives in the House, so the Golden State gets 55 total electors. Whichever candidate wins California will get all 55 electoral votes. There are 538 total electoral votes, 535 for the states and 3 for the District of Columbia. 48 states are winner-take-all. Maine and Nebraska give 2 electoral votes to the statewide winner and 1 for the winner of each congressional district. A simple majority of 270 electoral votes is needed to win. If neither candidate gets to 270, the House of Representatives will determine the president, but each state delegation, regardless of the number of electors, must vote as one, so there are only 50 votes up for grabs. The Senate will determine the vice president with a simple majority vote of all 100 senators. The popular vote winner has lost the Electoral College in 2 of the last 5 elections. This has prompted calls to switch to a popular vote system, but that requires a constitutional amendment.
U.S. elections have come a long way in nearly 2.5 centuries. It's hard to visualize the Electoral College, initially made up of 10 states with only 69 electors total, now nearly 8 times as large, with 538 electors across 50 states. Here's how it worked. Each elector received 2 votes. The person with the majority of votes became president, and the person with the second most became vice president. And forget about political parties and massive campaigns. President George Washington was summoned to serve. Think of it as one big write-in ballot. If people saw you as a leader, you were granted the position. It was no contest in 1789. The Electoral College unanimously voted for President Washington. Vice President John Adams received 34 of the other votes. Perhaps the biggest difference between then and now, the public did not get to vote. As late as 1816, citizens of 9 states were not able to cast a ballot, and it wasn't until November 4th, 1845, that the U.S. held its first uniform election day, meaning all states voted on the same day. Still, not all U.S. citizens were given the right to vote until 1965, when the Voting Rights Act was passed. That was just 55 years ago. The legislation ensured all men and women aged 21 and older, regardless of race, religion, or education, the right to vote without discrimination. A tradition continued today where every citizen of the United States over the age of 18 has the privilege to cast a ballot. Perhaps one of the many reasons it's so important to make your voice heard in 2020.
Live from Dallas, you're watching WFAA's Vote Texas coverage of the 2020 election.
It is 6:48. Polls close across our state in 12 minutes from right now. I'm Jason Whiteley. Welcome to the special Vote Texas coverage of the 2020 election. It's going to be a busy night, possibly a busy few days, maybe even a busy few weeks ahead. Let's cross our fingers and hope that doesn't happen. We're going to know more, though, when the polls close in about 10 or 12 minutes from now. We have a team of people keeping you informed all night tonight. We also have an elections call center that's live right now where you can call and report any issues you might be seeing at the polls in these last few minutes. The number for the elections call center there, 469-646-6480. Of course, we also have an excellent panel of guests to help us break down all the developments we expect to be seeing this evening as those results come in tonight. And talking with us tonight is going to be Bud Kennedy from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. We're also going to have Domingo Garcia, the national president of LULAC. Republican strategist Vinny Manchillo from Glass House Strategies is here. And of course, WFAA political producer Bernadine Steptoe. Here they all are. We're going to be relying on these guys all night. Good to see you again, Domingo. Vinny, how are you, man? Yeah, I think you're on mute. Get off mute. We'll come back to you in a moment. But here are the biggest races we are going to be watching tonight. Of course, the presidential race. That's going to be the top of the ticket. That's the biggest one we're watching, not only here in Texas, but all across the country as well. The president promising to hold on to this state for Republicans, but Biden and the Democrats showing up in the final weeks of the campaign, really hoping for an upset here in the Lone Star State. We're also watching the numbers roll in for the U.S. Senate race here shortly. Incumbent Republican Senator John Cornyn looking for a fourth term. He's running against Democrat MJ Hegar. And what does all this mean for the down ballot races? Can the Democrats flip the Texas House for the first time since 2003? We're going to be really digging into all those numbers here shortly tonight. Our team is spread out because of the pandemic, so we're going to be keeping our distance. But first, let's take a stroll from this studio right here. We're going to walk down the hall to maintain social distancing here. We're going to see Jason Wheeler in another part of the building here at WFAA. So when polls close here in about 9 or 10 minutes or so, Jason is at the big board. He's watching the results come in state by state and then also county by county in Texas. And that's what we're going to really be covering tonight. Right now, just 10 minutes before the polls close in this state, a lot of white on the board. The big question is, what color is it going to be as the night goes on?
That is yet to be determined, and it's going to take many hours. Good to see you again.
You too.
It feels like we just saw each other, and that was 2018 when we did this last. Okay, so things have changed too since 2018, demographically, population-wise. So what we see in this map tonight may be very different from what we saw in 2018 or 2016. That was the result back then when Hillary Clinton was facing off against Donald Trump. You'll remember, Jason, that he won there by 9 points or so, 807,000 votes between the two of them. And at the time, that was considered a relatively close presidential contest in Texas. What we see tonight could be much closer than that. That's at least according to what the polling has been showing. We will see if that happens. But you just see the sea of red here throughout Texas. And then these islands of blue in the middle. Those islands, though, count for quite a bit because these are the major population centers. And Democrats have typically done well in those. The question is, can they do well in places like this right here, Collin County? All eyes are going to be on Collin County tonight. Last time around, this was the difference there. Trump winning by a margin of 60,000 votes. Next door there in Denton County, he won by about the same margin. Then Tarrant County, you see almost the same margin there. That is known as the Republican red wall. Republicans will even tell you, if that red wall starts to crumble, they will lose Texas and thereby could lose the entire country. And so that is hugely important. We're going to be keeping a very close eye on that. Also keeping an eye on these other population centers, especially Harris County, where the voter turnout has just been astronomical this time around. We will see how this goes throughout the evening. But right now, we're still sitting at 0-0 here, and everybody's going to be watching what happens here tonight.
Jason, let's explain why Collin County is a big deal tonight. It's traditionally been known as the firewall, all the red counties around the big blue island of Dallas there.
Yes.
But in the last 4 years, since these guys, or since the president ran but the first time, a lot of people have moved into Collin County.
Change has happened in a very fast way there. You know, we do a little podcast. It's called Y'all-itics, and we actually went up to Collin County for one of our first episodes last year. We're not even a year old yet. And both parties there remarked about just how much the county has changed demographically in these past couple of years. A lot of people moving in from other places, and it shows up when you start talking about votes. How much will it show up? Who will it benefit? We still don't know that yet, but we know that voter turnout in Collin County has been off the charts once again this time around. Just a question as to who all those votes go to.
Indeed so. We have about 6 or 7 minutes before the polls close.
Should we show this here? We've already got at least a state or two being called here.
Yeah, let's see what we have. We already have some results on the board.
So this is coming from ABC News right now. Different news organizations call things differently. Some of them feel a little bit more comfortable putting themselves out there and calling it early. Some of them are way more reticent right now, especially because of the surprise that we saw in 2016. So right now, this is ABC News. They have called Vermont in favor of Joe Biden. And Sandra, you said that they also have called Kentucky in favor of Donald Trump tonight. So that's where ABC stands right now. Let's flip over and take a look at what the Associated Press is already calling. They're saying that Joe Biden has already taken Vermont and Virginia.
Wow.
That was expected in the polling. They're also saying that Trump has taken West Virginia and Kentucky. That also very much expected in the polling leading into tonight. So far, we don't have any surprises yet. Can I show you one more thing?
Let's do it.
Let's go to this ABC map here, and everybody is watching Texas tonight, yes, but everybody also, every time, you gotta watch Florida. It has been neck and neck there. 81% of the vote already counted.
Polls closed there an hour ago.
Yeah, they are fast to count in Florida. Right now, Joe Biden up by razor-thin margin, 50 to 49%. You can see 3,000 votes separates them right now.
Wow.
That is Florida. This is what Florida does every time now.
Yeah, and to explain that, you lived in Florida for a while, but to explain that, Florida is one of those states that goes back and forth. A pivot state, if you will, a flip state. And if the president wins there, he still has multiple options to remain in the White House.
He does.
If Joe Biden wins there, that significantly reduces how the president can stay in the White House.
The way it's been framed leading up to today is that the president has to have Florida. Joe Biden could use Florida.
Yeah.
That's the way the terminology has been laid out. This is what we have looked at as far as what the polling has been kind of expecting as you go through the country here. You'll notice all of the blanks here, though. These are the ones that are considered battlegrounds or that it might be a really tight race, and that will decide how this goes. Florida is one of those that nobody has really been shading in with too much confidence right now because the polls have been so close there. If all of this follows, though, Biden would be at about 228 electoral votes. Trump would be at 125. You need 270 to win, so both would still have some ground to make up. Where would they pick up those extra votes? We don't know yet.
And let's stay on this one for a moment here. And just to reiterate to our viewers here, this is what the polls show might happen.
Yeah, we don't want to trigger anybody thinking that we filled in the map already.
No.
This is just what, according to the consensus polls that we've been seeing.
But let's talk about the ones that are still white here. These are the battleground states. And
I want to talk
the thinking is, I mean, both candidates have worked hard in Pennsylvania.
Yes.
And they both worked hard in the Great Lakes states there. I'm marking on your board.
You marked Wisconsin, which I was going to do. With great minds think alike. Also Michigan and Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
This for a long time. We just talked about that Republican red wall in Texas. This has long been known as the blue wall.
The Union states.
Helped Democrats tremendously in presidential elections. Well, last time around, that's what did in Hillary Clinton. Trump took these three, and that was his path straight to the presidency. So, that has been a hard-fought contest in those places. And just to show you why, let's say that the polls hold in all of these places, and Biden, let me turn my pen off, I always forget that, and Biden actually takes those back for Democrats. He's got enough to win +4. Sandra? All right, the AP has now just called another race here. They're calling Trump for South Carolina. Again, that is not unexpected.
Right.
So we still don't have any surprises on our map tonight. But rest assured, before we get to the end of the night, there will probably be some surprises.
And of course, Lindsey Graham is the incumbent senator running for re-election in South Carolina.
That's a tight one, too.
It is a tight one, of course. If the president wins that state of South Carolina, then Lindsey Graham would likely have a pretty good shot.
And that's worth mentioning because the Senate is another one of the really big themes that we're going to be watching tonight, the balance of power in the U.S. Senate. Right now, ignore this +2. All that means is we have a couple of independents in the Senate, and they typically caucus with the Democrats. So they're over here with the Democrats. You should just know that Republicans hold a 3-seat majority in the U.S. Senate. That could be vulnerable tonight. There are a lot of vulnerable seats that Democrats are hoping to pick off. They would need to get 1, 2, let's just show it, 1, 2, 3 to bring it to a tie. They would need 4 total net if they don't take the presidency. If they take the presidency, they would only need to pick off 3 of those, because then the vice president would be the tie vote.
Right.
So that's what we're looking at with that. And then our last theme that we're really keeping a close eye on tonight, you mentioned this, the Texas House.
This is a big deal here, too, because the last time the Democrats had a majority control in the House, it was 2002, and there's a brand new president in the White House, George W. Bush, the former governor of Texas.
That was a long time ago.
It was a long time ago when that happened. But I've been talking to Republicans today. Everyone's thinking that they'll be able to probably maintain a majority here, but Democrats have said this is our main focus, more so than anything else. We want to win a majority control in the Texas House of Representatives.
Which might surprise some people, because they think, well, the Senate is so important, the presidential race is so important. Why would that be Democrats' top focus right now? And here's why. This illustrates it, I think, better than anybody else has shown this. This is from Ballotpedia, and this shows the governorship, the Senate in Texas, and the House in Texas. Way back in 2002, the Democrats still had the House. Since then, it has been a Republican trifecta for almost 2 decades. You start talking about things like redistricting, the ability to gerrymander districts to make sure that you stay in power, the ability to bring bathroom bills. Republicans brought those controversial bills. There was nothing stopping that back then. The ability to perhaps expand Medicaid in this state or not do that. If that's not their priority, they don't have to do it because they have all the levers of power. That is why Democrats think that this is especially important, because here we are in a census year. Redistricting is coming up.
Let's get back to Collin County. It is now 7 o'clock by my watch here, so that means the polls should start closing in Collin County. Tiffany Liu is there for us right now. Tiffany, you've talked off and on all evening to Bruce Sherbert, the elections administrator there, right?
Yes, absolutely. And, right now we are at about 75% of people that voter turnout, which is what he told me at 6 o'clock, which means we're probably closer to 76, 77% at this point. Now, we know that Collin County is traditionally a red county, and it has been for several decades, but the Democrats are feeling pretty confident this year. In 2014, we know that there were 3 positions, 2 state rep positions that actually went unopposed. They didn't have a Democratic opponent, but this year they are running a very tight race. So those are some things that we are keeping a close eye on. Now, Bruce told me that at about 7 o'clock, which is right now, he's going to be posting the results from early voting and also the mail-in ballots, which is majority of the votes here in Collin County. So we're really anxious to see what those results are. We know that we also have about 31,000 people who voted today in person. Obviously, that doesn't include the last hour as well. But again, 75% voter turnout at last check at 6 p.m. So I'm actually itching to kind of see those results. So let's send it back to you now, and hopefully we'll get some of that data pretty soon here. Jason.
All right, Tiffany, thanks a lot. We are all itching to see what happens there in Collin County. Bruce Sherbert, again, as Tiffany said, at 7 o'clock, 7:01, any minute now, actually, he said that the early vote would be released and the mail-in ballots they've received so far. And he said that would be more than 80% of the total vote. So we're already seeing some numbers come in. Let's go back to our panel here. We have Bud Kennedy from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram, Domingo Garcia, the national president of LULAC, Vinny Minchillo, a principal at Glass House Strategies in Dallas, and Bernadine Steptoe, political producer at WFAA. Bud, let's start with you. We're already seeing numbers from Tarrant County, and we're seeing numbers from Dallas County. Tarrant County is pretty close with the early vote so far, but Joe Biden is behind Donald Trump there.
It's close at the top of the ticket, but down the ticket, it's still Republican. The Republicans have about a 3 or 4 point edge in all the races from Cornyn down. So it looks like the Republicans will keep their hold on Tarrant County and on the courthouse.
And Domingo, when you look at this from a national perspective, you and I were in Iowa for the Super Tuesday, or for the caucuses rather, which seems forever ago. Yeah. When you look at this from a national perspective and you see what's happening in Florida with the Latinos population there, where do you think this is going so far? Any guesses?
It's difficult to find out right now. I just got some numbers from Florida, for example, and it appears that Latinos in Miami-Dade County are not turning out in the numbers they did for Hillary, but we don't know what's going to happen on Election Day. Here in Texas, the latest stats show that over 500,000 Latino voters who had never voted before voted for the first time in 2020. How they broke up between Trump and Biden, I believe the majority will probably be for Biden, but what impact that will have statewide, whether they will break that red wall in Caroline and Denton County, we're trying to see those numbers as they come up here in about 5 minutes.
Yeah, indeed. So let's go ahead, before we talk to Vinny and Bernadine, show you the results we just now have in for District 24. This is Congressional District 24. It's Candace Valenzuela versus Beth Van Dyne, and Candace Valenzuela in the early vote has a significant lead right now. This is 56%. Candace Valenzuela, a former member of the Carrollton Farmers Branch School Board, against the former mayor of Irving, and Candace Valenzuela is off to an early start. This is an open seat, to remind you. This is a seat that retiring Congressman Kenny Marchant is leaving, and you had an open seat. Both of these candidates were running. Vinny Machillo, first thoughts about that, because this has traditionally been a Republican seat. It makes up, what, from Carrollton all the way over towards South Lake and West Lake and those areas there, including DFW Airport.
Right, and a lot of Irving. I think this has been a really tough race, and there's been a lot of money from out of state. We're seeing that up and down the ballot. So much money from out of state coming into Texas, from everything from the Senate race down to state rep races. It's a little too early to tell in this race, but those are some big early voting numbers.
Yeah,
we'll see. Republicans typically do a little better on Election Day.
It is too early to tell, and that's a good point to remind our viewers, is that traditionally, historically, Democrats usually vote early and Republicans traditionally vote on Election Day. So we're waiting to see how all those come together. Bernadine, we've seen a couple of things. Domingo talked about Florida a moment ago. We just saw Congressional District 24. Bud talked about Tarrant County. Any early indicators for you on where this might be going tonight?
I still think that the Democrats are going to do well. And even in the race where we just saw, remember, Republicans typically vote during Election Day, but Democrats do as well. And you have to pick up a number of votes during day of in order to overcome a large number of votes where she is. So I think that we're going to see Democrats are going to do very well. Well,
let's look at Congressional District number 32. This is in Dallas. This is Wiley. This is also Genevieve Collins running against Colin Allred, the incumbent. And it looks like for the early vote, at least, this is a majority of Dallas County and a sliver of Collin County. But it looks like the incumbent, Colin Allred, a freshman congressman from Dallas, looks like that he might be returning to Congress. He's ahead by 10 percentage points. It looks like about 26,000 votes. And again, this is a former, Bud, let me ask you, this is a former Republican seat. Colin Allred defeated Pete Sessions there 2 years ago. It makes up, Highland Park, University Park, a large chunk of North Dallas. And it looks like they're settling for a Democrat. I don't want to say settling, that's not the right word, but they're going for a Democrat again. Look at Domingo's laughing at me here.
Hey, Allred ran a strong race last time, and Sessions was not really the biggest Republican hopeful. Van Dyne really was in this area with the open seat this time. Sessions was considered not Sessions. Collins was considered more of a long shot against Colin Allred. It looks like he's going to keep this seat.
Yeah, it does look that way, Domingo.
Well, what we're seeing is the old Texas. If you see, like say in Congressional District 24, the former mayor of Irving, who had a very anti-immigrant, anti-Muslim kind of position against sort of an Afro-Latina running for the first time, the new Texas, and Colin Allred's race. So what you're seeing is new Texas, diverse, very dynamic, younger, versus sort of these old Texas conservative right-wing values, and they're being defeated all across the Metroplex, and I think that's the future of Texas.
Vinny, that's a good point. You produce ads for the GOP. At the end of the day, regardless of the outcome, you've got to be rethinking how you try to sway voters, don't you?
Yeah, I think in Texas, I think you have a good point. In the Allred race, though, I think there's some really smart politics being played there. I think Allred was very smart in his 2 years in office to make sure he didn't get the Nancy Pelosi thing hung around his neck. That a lot of freshman Congress members are dealing with right now. So he's played it very smart, and that can't be underrated. But true, how we talk about Republicans in the general has got to be different how we talk about Republicans in the primaries. And there's a lot of consultants that have not learned that lesson, and but they'll learn it tonight.
And I think that's what has changed as well. See, now you're having a competitive general. And even going back to Allred, remember, he had a hard-fought race when he beat Sessions. And just 2 years later, I cannot see how that district would want to throw him out for a Republican, where they fought so hard to get him as a Democrat.
Yeah, and Colin Allred also, I mean, he's the record shows, this is not, you know, any commentary by any means, but he has worked across the aisle a heck of a lot more than a lot of his colleagues there in the House of Representatives in D.C. Let's look at the early numbers for Tarrant County, the U.S. president race in Tarrant County. We have those numbers right now. And Bud was just talking about this a moment ago, but look at this. Look how tight it is. 732 votes divide these two. Donald Trump is ahead by 732 votes ahead of Joe Biden. This is the early vote, of course, and we're waiting to see what happens when the day of vote comes in. But Bud Kennedy, when you look at this, what's your thought on it, man?
I think about 2018 when Tarrant County voted for Beto O'Rourke, but then voted for Republicans all the rest of the way down the ballot. You know, I think that I see that all over again. And Biden maybe not doing quite as well, and Democrats not doing quite as well as they did in the Beto year. You know, the Democrats, if they change to the top of the line, you know, it's Donald Trump that they're voting against. It's not the Republican Party.
Yeah, that's a good point. Donald Trump, I would say, though, is the Republican Party now, since they essentially don't have a platform. But Domingo, let me ask you on that front there, too, though. Go ahead.
It's amazing, to be honest with you, that in Tarrant County, which was the largest Republican county, that's city that still went Republican. All the other major cities, San Antonio, Austin, Houston, El Paso, all went Democrat. Fort Worth was the only one that stayed in the Republican hands. And right now, they're essentially tied. That means the tide is turning. And if Biden is able to squeak by, or even if he loses by 1 point, that means the Republicans are going to have to make it up in counties like Loving and Amarillo, where there's just not as many voters as there are in Houston and the other major cities.
But let's point out what Bud said also, guys, too, though. I remember being in this building here 4 years ago and 2 years ago as well, too, when all the Democrats got super excited when they saw Beto jump out to a huge lead. And then all those rural counties you're talking about, Domingo, finally started reporting their numbers, and that swept Ted Cruz back into office. It is early for Democrats to be excited, though, right?
No. You know, what else we know from that campaign, though, Jason? We know that there's a large number of Republican voters in this election. There's a large number of undecided voters, or voters with no history. Yeah. But in that election, newcomers to Texas voted for Ted Cruz. It was the native Texans who voted for Beto. So is the newcomers, these voters with no history, are voting for Republicans. Domingo, I interrupted you.
No, I'd like to see what those. We do have several, almost 2 million new voters from 2018 in that Beto race, and it'd be interesting to see how they divide when we start seeing the statewide numbers.
Well, let's look at another set of numbers here before we go to Vinny and Bernadine again. This is the presidential race in Dallas County. Solid blue here, as you can imagine, and the numbers reflect that as well, too. Vice President Joe Biden ahead of President Donald Trump by 264,000 votes. That's the early vote only, though, right now. And again, that's not a surprise at all. But I think that what might help Democrats here, Vinny and Bernadine, Vinny, I'll start with you on this, is the huge number there. There are a heck of a lot more Democrats that have voted and Republicans that have voted so far in the early vote than voted in 2016.
Yeah, the turnout has been huge this year, and I think there's been a lot of enthusiasm on both sides of the aisle. So we're going to break all kinds of records for voting percentage of regular voters and the raw number of votes that comes out. So it's going to be a huge year number-wise. And I just did want to go back to Tarrant County again and talk a little bit about that. Well, one of the things that you got to remember in Tarrant County is again, not to harp on the money, but so much money has come into all these races from these state rep races. They used to have budgets of $200,000, $300,000. This year, there'll be $1.2 million, $2 million. So the amount of money that's coming into these races, I think is kind of throwing this off. So before we say the tide is turning for Tarrant County, I don't know that that's a long-term thing. I think this is an aberration.
Wow. Bernadine, what do you think?
Well, we will see.
We love Vinny, but I don't know, is it?
You know what? He's a Republican still living in the age where he doesn't see the Republicans losing. But one thing about it, the Democrats will have to run up those votes in those urban counties like Dallas County, Harris County. But if Biden can carve off just a little of those rural counties, then he has a good shot. Because if he can go into like West Texas, if he can go into those counties and just get a little and run up those counties in Harris County, Dallas County, those Democratic counties, not only will he do well, but the Republicans are in trouble.
Vinny, let me go back to you and ask you about the Lincoln Project and then the, quote unquote traditional conservatives like the George W. Bush, the Bush family. They have made it well known, all of them, that they don't support President Trump. So I guess the question is, at the end of the day, for the results, how much do these disgruntled Republicans shave off the total vote for Donald Trump?
Look, there's no question there's Trump fatigue out there. And we've talked a lot about suburban women and the voters in the suburbs, and that's probably where it's most acute. There's no question there's Trump fatigue up and down the ballot. I mean, you see it. It's kind of in a lot of ways, Trump is the best thing to happen to the Democrat Party since FDR, because he's played in every single race from top to bottom. So is there fatigue? Yeah. We won't know what it is until tomorrow.
Yeah, Domingo, he's probably right about that, right? I mean, President Trump probably is the best thing to happen for the Democrats.
It really is. I mean, the fact of the matter is, I remember when California, which was a solid red state under Ronald Reagan and Governor Wilson, they did Prop 187, and all of a sudden Wilson became the best thing that Democrats in California ever got, and California has been blue ever since. That might be happening here in Texas as Trump has alienated large swaths. Whatever happened to compassionate conservatives? They're kind of a thing of the past. The party of Ronald Reagan and George W. Bush, they've been pushed to the side by this sort of radical right-wing, conservative, anti-immigrant, anti-woman, anti-LGBT party of the wing of the party. And Trump defines it.
But before we go to you, I just want to remind our viewers and ask our control room, too, if we get numbers from Collin County, if you guys can let me know, we definitely want to go there as soon as possible when that early vote comes in Collin County. But let me ask you about that as well, too, because Vinny brings up an interesting point, and so does Domingo, about the future of the GOP here.
Well, I don't think we can tell anything yet. I mean, the numbers we're seeing so far, the GOP is doing better than, had been talked about going into this election day. There was some sort of a late surge in parts of America, and the election day turnout's been pretty good for the Republicans. So, I mean, I don't think there's a terrible problem, no matter how the presidential race comes out tonight. I do think the GOP has a problem going into their 2022 March primary, where they have the Allen West faction, the Ron Paul faction, the Libertarians kind of mounting an assault against the Greg Abbott, John Cornyn establishment of the party. Their turmoil is going to be in that March 2022 primary. And, really the voting in that's a little over a year away.
Indeed, it is. Hard to imagine that the race for 2022 and the race for 2024, they begin tonight. And that's what's remarkable. Before we continue here, let's go ahead and show you the most recent numbers we have for Denton County. This is the presidential race in Denton County. President Trump ahead of Joe Biden by 28,000 votes in Denton County. We also have Kevin Reese there, our reporter, who has been talking to elections officials there and voters as they have been out here on this election day. Kevin, what are they telling you?
Well, we've been watching those same numbers as you today, and the big question was voter turnout here in early voting was just as frenetic as it was pretty much everywhere else. About 67% of all registered voters cast their ballots early. Today, that number has been very, very small, relatively. Only about, looks like it's going to be about 30,000 people cast their ballots today on Election Day. But as you mentioned, those numbers coming in just now, at least from the Elections Department here in Denton County, as I look at my laptop here on the ground right here outside the red, white, and blue Denton County Courthouse, 52.94% of that early vote has gone to President Trump here in Denton County, and 45.5% to Joe Biden. That's what the early votes tell us so far. Polls here, of course, just closing. We don't know what that additional 30,000 election day votes will mean. But clearly, when we talked to some Republican strategists as recently as yesterday, they predicted that there would be a surge of Republican votes to make up for all of the Democratic votes cast in the early voting totals. That has not been the case here in Denton County. Clearly, the winner here in Denton County, perhaps as expected here, is going to be Donald Trump, even with looking at just the early voting totals so far. The rest of those 30,000 or more votes, not enough to swing things here, but waiting for those numbers as well. But clearly 52%, almost 53 to 45.5 is the margin for Donald Trump here in Denton County.
All right, well, let's go back to our panel here for a moment. And Bud, let me ask you, you keep bringing it up about how the top of the ticket is different from how people are voting down ballot. Every Republican I have talked to in this state refuses to say that the president is going to lose this state. They said it's going to be a heck of a lot tighter than it's ever been, maybe even a couple of points. But is that what you're hearing as well, too? Because it certainly sounds like it.
It really looks that way, although it's very, very tight. And I think Texas could go 50-50. But every one of those Republicans that you talk to, a lot of those Republicans don't really come out and say, I'm really excited about President Trump. And some of them haven't used him in their ads. They don't put him on their signs. You know, they're Republicans without Trump. And that's been their plan to win this election.
Let's look at the presidential numbers there in Tarrant County, Bud, where you live. The latest numbers from Tarrant County, this is the early vote. It's President Trump ahead by 732 votes ahead of Vice President Joe Biden.
Jason, this is a lot of what I think Texas will look like. I mean, I really can see Texas coming down to a 50-50, a 50-51-49 kind of turnout. And I'm not sure which way it goes.
Jason, if I could kind of put in my 2 centavos here, the fact that Tarrant County is even, the Republicans used to come out of Tarrant County with 80 to 100,000 lead over the Democrat, whoever that may be. Denton County, if we only lose it by 45 to 52, we have changed that margin where Democrats used to be in the 30s. And that's what Bernadine was talking about. If we can just shave enough of the Republican vote down in Denton, Collin, down in Montgomery County outside of Houston, Williamson County outside of Austin, that might be the difference in a statewide race. If we just run up the score in the big cities and play even ball in those suburbs.
Vinny, I want to go to you, too, for a look on the other side. We have about 60 seconds left here. What do you think about that? Can they shave the number down enough, as Domingo is saying?
This is actually pretty similar to what we've seen in a lot of other states. Early on, the president was outperforming the Senate candidates. And then as we got down closer to election day, that kind of flipped. And we saw a lot of the senators outperforming Trump. So this is kind of fitting in with the scheme. I do think Trump wins. I think it's going to be closer than it needs to be. But I think if you're looking at this as a bellwether to see how the rest of the ticket goes, I'm not sure. I think there's people who are voting in Trump for Trump and then for Biden, and then moving down to the rest of the Republican ticket.
All right, Bernadine, I will come back to you as soon as we return here. We're going to take a small break here in our digital coverage. Don't click off this feed or X out of the window there. We're going to be back in just a moment. We're just pausing briefly here so we can update our television audience. Chris and Cynthia are on set here, so if you have Channel 8 nearby, turn us on. You can see them on set in just a moment for a quick update. And we're back immediately after that. Don't go anywhere.
Thomas. You're watching WFAA's Vote Texas coverage of the 2020 election.
Whether you've been watching ABC News coverage or following our digital show, we want to welcome you to election night here on WFAA.
Yeah, it is an exciting night. Now let's get you caught up on what's happening right here in Texas. There's a lot at stake. Let's go live to HD Chopper 8. People are still in line waiting to vote. This is at the Blue Mound Police Department in Tarrant County. The polls closed at 7, but anyone in line at that time will still get to cast their vote.
That's right. Let's get to senior political reporter Jason Whiteley. Jason, historically, Republicans would be able to bank some votes in Tarrant County. Here we are, at least so far, they're neck and neck.
Yeah, indeed so. And on our digital program a moment ago, we were explaining why that is the case and how it's changed as Tarrant County has grown over the years. You know, what's remarkable, what we've been watching is that it's not quite as close in some places outside Tarrant County, outside Dallas County, obviously, in the urban centers. But some of the rural areas, as you would imagine, are going to be Republican. And in the last few minutes, Republicans have been texting me saying they are feeling confident so far about the numbers. But let's go back, Chris, to what you were talking about. Tarrant County here. This has traditionally, up until 2018, been a Republican county. Look how close it is. This is the early vote, more than half of the total vote. And President Trump is only leading Vice President Biden by 732 votes. That's out of, 750,000 or so votes cast. That is a remarkable race, how tight that is. This is just one of the races we are watching, though. And because of the pandemic, we're also trying to social distance and stay as far away as we can from each other. So we're going to leave Chris and Cynthia here just for a moment and walk down the hall here at WFAA. Jason Wheeler has been in the other room here at the television station, and he's watching the results come in all across the state, county by county, like we were talking about a moment ago, and also state by state. And that's what he has on the big board right now, the national electoral map. And Jason, I see there are some states that are already colored in here, but none of these are surprises yet.
None of these are surprises yet, and we're filling them in as we get them, and we're sort of going down two different tracks at one time here, Jason, because we've got different news organizations, as I said off the top, who are calling states at different times.
Yeah.
Some of them are getting good exit polling data coming out of some of these where we don't see a lot of the vote counted yet, and some of them are a little bit more reticent to count these. This is all according to the AP right now. Sandra, am I correct that we just have Virginia and Vermont called for Biden right now?
We have Vermont, Virginia, Massachusetts, and Delaware.
And that's the AP calling Massachusetts and Delaware as well. Okay, so here's where we stand according to the AP right now. Trump ahead with 44 electoral votes to Biden's 30. Want to take you to ABC, which is calling things differently right now. Again, each organization is more comfortable doing things in different ways. Let's go to the national map here and show you what ABC News is doing. They're calling Oklahoma, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, and West Virginia for President Trump right now. Massachusetts, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, D.C., and Vermont for Biden. So a real horse race still going on in a lot of these other ones that they're not calling just yet.
Yeah, a long way to go. Of course, the battleground states will be key here, certainly.
Absolutely.
Chris and Cynthia, back to you.
All right, and as we've been telling you, a lot of eyes will be on Collin County, and that's where we find our Tiffany Liu. Tiffany, what's the latest?
Yeah, well, Izzy, we just got results from Collin County for early voting and for mail-in ballots that have been counted so far. President Donald Trump is at 51.15%, and Biden is at 47.2%. Also, other races we're following closely with Congressman Van Taylor and Lulu Sikely. Congressman Van Taylor is at 54.95%. Sikely is at 43.14%. It seems that Republicans across the board are in the lead here in Collin County. Let's send it back to you.
Yeah, that's certainly the Trump campaign will certainly be looking at those numbers and take heart from that and seem fairly optimistic about those numbers so far.
Thanks for joining us in our special election studio on WFAA. Our coverage continues online and via social media. We'll see you again in about a half hour.
Live from Dallas, you're watching WFAA's Vote Texas coverage of the 2020 election.
All right, we are back here on our digital program. Glad you didn't X out of us here because we have a lot more to go over the next 2.5, 3 hours or so on WFAA.com, on Facebook, on YouTube, or wherever you might be watching us tonight. We appreciate you joining us. Let's restart here with how things are going in Collin County. This has kind of been a bellwether, a lot of folks have said. And we look at the presidential race in Collin County. President Trump is ahead by about 25,000 votes. He has 52% of the vote so far. Joe Biden has 46% of the vote. And just to explain this a tad more, the early vote in Collin County is more than 80% of the entire vote. So what you see here is likely not going to change very much as those same-day election returns come in a little later. But first thought about Collin County there, because so many Democrats were watching that and saying, if we can flip Collin County, we can flip the state. It doesn't appear that's going to happen.
Yeah, I think we see President Trump running stronger than had a lot of the talk had been. I think that some of the rally in recent days, some of the spirit, some of the turnout in particular, and was stronger than expected. And I think that Republicans in conservative districts, and both in Collin County and North Tarrant County, the turnout's very heavy. There were some local races too. There were some local city council, school board races that carried over into these ballots that turned out a lot of voters. A lot of those were more Republicans.
Let's take a look at the U.S. Senate numbers here as well too. This is with MJ Hegar, who is a Democrat running against John Cornyn. These are statewide numbers here, and of course 1%. This is likely the early vote that we're looking at from across the state, and the incumbent Senator John Cornyn looks well on his way to a fourth term in the U.S. Senate. He is ahead by 169,000 votes. He has 62% of the vote early on. Domingo, let me ask you about what Bud just mentioned here, because President Trump is doing better than a lot of Democrats wanted. Why is that?
Let's remember, Collin County has been a traditionally Republican county. That's where the margins, the Republicans ran up the margins. The fact that we're competitive, the fact we have a couple of state reps that were running for the state house in Collin County is important. Now, again, if we could just keep those margins down, and let's see what those turnouts are in Austin, Dallas, Houston, and if we're winning by 200,000 or 300,000, and we lose by 20,000 or 30,000 in Collin County or Denton County, then the Republicans have a lot more to make up with those sparsely populated rural counties. So it's still too early to call.
Indeed, it is still too early to call, Vinny. But he makes a good point. Collin County has not been a competitive county for Republicans, and here we are in 2020. Who knows what's going to happen in 2020, right? But it is competitive there.
It really is, and I think one of the races I was watching is there's a lot of wags in Austin gave Jeff Leach, who's in HD 66, 65. I'm sorry, they gave him up for dead. And then, he's really doing well against Lorenzo Sanchez, who was funded to a ridiculous level for a candidate of Sanchez's background. So I think maybe that it's not quite so ready to be purple. And if I can just throw in on the U.S. Senate race, I think we're looking at the end of MJ Hagar's career right here. Because this will be the third race where she's been incredibly well funded. Had the field cleared for her and has underperformed drastically. So I don't know why you would continue to give her millions of dollars when she continues to turn in results. This does not look good for her.
And Bernadine, as we've heard from Vinny, as we've heard from Domingo and Bud as well too, I like watching your facial expressions because you have that skeptical look the entire time as they're all talking. What's on your mind?
I'm just thinking it is still too early. You only have 1% in the Senate race. Now, he is out, 100,000 votes ahead? But you keep in mind, do we have any numbers from Harris County? Do we hear the numbers from those large urban counties? Now, I'm not saying that she's going to win, but what I am saying is that it's very early to say that how well these Republicans are doing and how badly the Democrats are doing, because the numbers it's just too early.
Yeah, but Bernadine, every single poll we've seen the entire year has John Cornyn ahead by 6, 8, 10 points of MJ Hegar. How does she make that up anywhere?
Oh, as I just said earlier, I'm not saying she is going to win, But what I am saying is, let's wait and see how much she loses. It's just too early. I've learned over the last cycles to wait and get more numbers in before you call races. I've just learned that. So I just think it is surmountable. It's almost, but I think that it's just too early.
Yeah, no, you're right about that. And we don't call any races here at WFAA, so don't expect that to happen. We're just watching the numbers as they come in and sharing those with you, too. Teresa Woodard has been covering this race, the Cornyn and Hegar race, and she is with us in Dallas to kind of put some of this in context as well, too. Teresa?
Jason, I'm kind of reminded in listening to what you guys are talking about, takes me back to 2018 and being in the city of El Paso at a big stadium where Beto O'Rourke had his big watch party back then. And everybody was so excited seeing some of those early numbers. And then, of course, within minutes when some of the rural votes started coming in, certainly the climate changed. And so I'm sort of reminded of that as we're talking about it, because right now it certainly looks like a big margin for John Cornyn, and that's what has been predicted. But it is a little early to start knowing exactly what this race is going to look like throughout the evening. I want to talk a little bit about how different things are for most candidates across Texas tonight, including John Cornyn and MJ Hegar. Here I am standing in Dallas when both of these candidates are in the Austin area watching the results, and that is, of course, because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Some candidates have chosen to have these in-person watch parties, but neither Senator Cornyn nor MJ Hegar are having one. In fact, they are both going to be watching the results virtually, and then they will be addressing the media tonight after the race is called through Zoom. And so it just goes to show how the pandemic is affecting all facets of life. Even the candidates who tonight would normally be celebrating with family or friends and all of their campaign staff, they're having to do things in a very different way. We've talked a lot about the suburban vote here, and I know we've got early votes coming in from both Tarrant County, Collin County, Denton County. That was really going to be, I think, what a lot of people wanted to watch in this race, because back in 2018, things did seem as though that blue trending of the suburbs seemed to be taking hold, because Beto O'Rourke did perform so well comparatively to Democrats before him in some of those Republican strongholds. So again, a little too early to know exactly what the storyline is going to be tonight, but you are right. Based on some of those early numbers, MJ Hegar certainly does have a pretty big hole to jump over if she wants to overtake him tonight.
Indeed so, Teresa. Thank you very much for that. As Bernadine said, it is still too early, and like you said as well, too, Teresa. Back to you guys in just a moment. I want to check in with Jason Wheeler on the big board, because what's happening in Collin County is something we've been watching the entire time, and I was just looking at the results there a moment ago. Van Taylor in Congressional District 3 is ahead right now in Collin County. Jeff Leach, State Rep Jeff Leach, is ahead in Collin County. So is Matt Shaheen. He is ahead in Collin County. Those two state representatives. And I say that because it's somewhat significant. Those candidates, their campaigns, and Republicans were concerned that Collin County might be getting close. But Domingo brings up a good point. Collin County was reliably red. And if you just have these races in Collin County that are 2, 3, 4 points apart,
right,
that's a competitive race.
So here we are, too, with Collin County right now, a difference between Biden and Trump of about 17,500 votes. Trump in the lead there in the early going here. And that's with 70.8% reporting there. A lot of this map still has yet to fill in. Jason, maybe if we put on the heat map just a little bit and show you here. And nothing is standing out as extremely strong for one candidate or the other, and there are no surprises yet that we've seen here in Texas. If we look at the total statewide, here's where we stand right now, the latest numbers coming down. Biden with a very slight advantage. We do not see a lot of this being populated yet. We assume that after we get those results in from El Paso, once the polls close there in about 20 minutes from now, that a lot of more of this will be filled in, and we'll actually be able to see where these votes are coming from right now. Because if we look, I want to take you to another one here that we've been looking at tonight. This is ABC, and let's go to the national view on that and show Texas here. So as we go down into Texas here, you can see it takes a second to pull up the numbers, but it shows, again, a neck-and-neck race here with about 20,000 votes separating Trump and Biden. Biden slightly ahead here, and this is with 55% of the expected vote in. Now, that's about 6 million some odd votes, a little more than 6 million votes. You consider that in early voting alone, though, we saw 9.7 million votes cast. So not even all of the early vote is in yet, and we still don't have, that compounded with what we saw on Election Day. So it's still a young night here in Texas, and we're going to be watching this map for probably some hours to come here.
We've spoken about Denton County tonight. We've spoken about Collin County and Tarrant County. How about the suburbs around Houston, Harris County, Montgomery County, Fort Bend County, places like that?
Let's pull in Harris County here. So again, here, let me
flip back to the other one.
Yeah, let me pop in this other map because I think it's going to be a little bit more friendly for us trying to do something like that. As we pull in Harris County here, you can see the difference of 188,000 or so votes, 56 to 42%. Again, we don't know how much of that has. We know that's probably the early vote that we're seeing there. Here's what happened in 2016. Clinton won Harris County 54 to almost 42, and so we're a little bit ahead of that with Biden here at this point. He would have to overperform there, probably even more, to counteract, as we've said, this red wave that just sort of comes down through the Panhandle down into Central Texas and over to East Texas. Also keeping a close eye on Fort Bend County. I don't have any numbers coming from there right now. That one went for Clinton in 2016, also for Beto O'Rourke in 2018 in his Senate run. Travis County, I'm not showing numbers from there yet either. So when we start talking about this total for the state, and you see that kind of difference, you go, wow, that is close. But then keep in mind, that's not counting Travis County, which Democrats are expecting will be a huge boon for Vice President Biden there. So we're still waiting to see what that looks like. Here we are. This is Bexar County, San Antonio. Just looking at some of the major population centers here, you can see Biden out with a 59 to about 40 there. Let's see what happened there in 2016, 54 to 41. So he's doing better percentage-wise, but again, we're still early in the vote. That could still come down as we go through the night. Let's check in on a couple of other places because these were key. County? Williamson County, these counties that sandwich Austin here, that sandwich Travis County there. Williamson County is just to the north. Used to be pretty reliably red. In recent years, we've seen that trending a little bit more purplish. Right now, Biden, it's close there. He's up by 8,000 votes. Again, they're saying 70% reporting there. And then let's go just south of Austin. This is Hays County. Once again, that's been trending over the past several election cycles to becoming more purplish, and we're seeing Biden there 55 to 43. El Paso, of course, not yet in. Again, the polls are set to close there in about 18 minutes from now. And there's your look at Dallas County right now. Again, a large margin there for Joe Biden. That was not unexpected whatsoever. Collin County as we go through the round robin there. We'll keep an eye on what these are doing, and we've got to talk about Florida again here in just a few minutes because a lot of eyes on that one tonight as well. Jason.
All right, Jason, thanks a lot. Back to you in just a moment. One of the guys we call on all the time to get some good statewide context and perspective on how things are shaping up is Ross Ramsey, the co-founder and executive editor of the Texas Tribune. Nice patriotic tie there, Ross. Red and blue. You're representing both sides, I see.
Just didn't want to pick a side. Yeah, I got to be careful.
Hey, we're 43 minutes since the polls closed here so far. It's obviously early. People are getting anxious. They have been anxious for months. What do you make of what you're seeing so far?
You can't make too much of it. I mean, until you have all the votes, you don't have all the votes. And the votes don't come in. We like to talk like we were in sports and say that so-and-so's ahead and so-and-so's catching up. That just means you counted somebody's votes before you counted somebody else's. We're waiting for a lot of counties to come in. We're still waiting to see what the difference was between the election day votes and what the early votes were. A lot of the big counties in particular have handed in their early votes. That'll be most of the vote, but it's not necessarily the end of the races. So there's a lot of counting or revealing of counting to do still tonight. Yeah,
and as we see the population centers come in, they're obviously blue, but Republicans know that their voters lie in all the rural counties, the 250 or so, 240 or so rural counties across our state. But if we look at how Joe Biden is doing this year compared to how Hillary Clinton did 4 years ago, Biden, at least in Dallas County and in Harris County and Houston, he's outperforming her so far. I mean, that's really what Democrats are hoping. They can make up some of that vote, right?
Right. He's hoping that, if the Democrats win this race, if Biden were to win this race, he'll probably win less than 30 of the state's 254 counties. As you said, the rural counties, I think the bottom 191 of those counties, their vote is equal about to Harris County. So you watch these big blue dots in the state, and then you watch the suburbs, Collin County, Denton County, Tarrant County to some extent. It's kind of half suburban, half urban. The counties around Austin and the counties around Houston. And really, those are where the tale's going to be told. We kind of know how the cities are going to vote, although they're voting bluer than usual. We kind of know how the country's going to vote, although it's voting a little redder than usual. And we'll see how the suburbs land.
And how do you think Texas is going to end up at the end of the day? 2 to 3 points? Republicans are telling me that they feel confident the president will win, but likely by just 2 or 3 points. Do you think that's a realistic scenario?
Yeah, I think the 2018 race between Ted Cruz and Beto O'Rourke was sort of the precursor to this. It was a 2.3 percentage point race. And it showed really that Texas remains, represented by Republicans, but has become a very competitive state. It's become a competitive battleground. And I think in the next cycle that we see in 2022 and the one after that in 2024, we'll see statewide and national players taking the state much more seriously. The Republicans stop taking it for granted. The Democrats stop giving up on it.
Ross, give me an idea of what your bellwethers are as you look towards the next couple of hours here. What are you really watching for? Are you looking at the valleys? You're looking at the suburban votes? Where are you really keeping a close eye, man?
If I had to pick one place, I'd say Tarrant County. It's a place that's in transition. Maybe 2018 looked like transition. 2020, we'll see if that was a real sign or not. Collin County had some unexpectedly close races in 2018. We need to know if that's a glitch. Was that just a one-time thing, or has Collin County started to shift? So those two are examples. Fort Bend County south of Houston, Hays and Williamson County by Austin. I'm naming all the suburban counties that used to be reliably red and now are a little wobbly, and some of them are blue now.
On our program right now, we have Domingo Garcia, who's the national president for LULAC, as you know. And one of the things he said is that, even if the president wins these suburban counties you're talking about, the list you just read off there, these counties are competitive for the first time in years and years. And that is suggestive of which way this state might be going.
Well, it means you're going to get more serious candidates on both sides. Like I said, the Democrats aren't going to give up anymore, and the Republicans have to compete. You're going to see more money on both sides in future elections, and you're going to see a much more competitive environment because of this. The other thing I'm watching is if down ballot, whatever happens in the presidential race and in the Senate race, the real money in the state this time has been thrown into congressional races and especially into races for the Texas House, because national interests want the Texas House to draw political maps next year, and the Democrats are really playing hard there. So we don't have straight ticket voting anymore. We're going to be watching tonight to see what happens down in the middle of the ballot and whether it reflects what happened at the top.
Last question before we let you go, Ross. The Texas House, you just brought it up there. Can the Democrats win 9 seats for majority control?
Well, can they? The answer is yes. Will they? I think it's a reach. They won 12 seats 2 years ago. They won a couple of seats 2 years ago that people, even Democrats, didn't think they would win. Now they're trying to beat their best year in a couple of decades by 9 seats. And that's a hard play. I mean, it's possible. There's a lot of places where it might happen, but we'll just have to wait and see what happens tonight. All
right, Ross Ramsey from the Texas Tribune. Good to see you. Thanks for the insight as always. Appreciate it. Let's go through some state house races right now, some of the results we have so far from across the state. And as he was just mentioning, the Democrats have to win 9 seats in order to elect their own speaker and get majority control. Let's start up in Collin County. This is State Rep District number 67. The incumbent is Jeff Leach there. He is ahead by 2,800 votes so far. This was had a lot of money in this race. Each candidate raised more than $1 million. Lorenzo Sanchez really hoping to take out the incumbent there, Jeff Leach. But right now, the early vote at least shows that Jeff Leach is ahead so far. Let's see what else we have for the state house races so far. Man, this is a rematch from 2 years ago. This is Morgan Meyer running against Joanna Katnack. And like I said, we saw the same race, and it was super tight in 2018, and it is tight again. 691 votes separate these two. This is just from the early vote alone. So we're looking at about 90,000 votes cast so far. And a lot of Republicans were telling me that they thought Morgan Meyer really might be in trouble in that seat. Out to Fort Worth, incumbent Craig Goldman, he had Governor Abbott up here helping campaign for him a few weeks ago. And it looks like Craig Goldman is ahead right now by 5,400 votes against Elizabeth Beck in the early vote, at least in Tarrant County for that seat there. Angie Chin Button, this is in Dallas County, mostly Dallas County. She is neck and neck with Brandy Chambers here. And it looks like, let's see who's winning here. It looks like that Brandy Chambers is ahead by 229 votes. This is the early vote, more than half the vote. Of course, the governor was up here a few weeks ago as well, too, campaigning for Angie Chin Button, who is hoping for re-election in that seat in Dallas County. This is Fort Worth again. Tarrant County incumbent Matt Krause has a comfortable lead, I would say, against Lydia Bean. Matt Krause is ahead by 6,300 votes in the early vote for State Rep District number 93 there in Tarrant County. All right, we are back up here now, and we do have another one. Let's see here. Matt Shaheen. We talked about this a moment ago. This is Collin County, and this is a tight race, and a lot of people thought that Representative Shaheen might have difficulty in this race running against Sharon Hirsch. But right now, for the early vote, and a lot of this is going to be a substantial portion of the total vote, Shaheen is leading by 718 votes so far in State Rep District 66. All this is important because the Democrats are really hoping to flip these seats. Shaheen's seat, Angie Chin Button's seat, Matt Krause's seat, Jeff Leach's seat. They wanted to flip all those so they could get majority control in the House. At least from the early vote, it looks like that might be difficult so far, but a lot of votes left to count. And one person watching those for us in the other room, Jason Wheeler. Jason, what are you seeing on the big board there?
Yeah, we are, of course, watching what's going on in Texas. Also watching these other states on the map that have started to fill in as the night has progressed. I told you earlier that we would check back in on Florida, which is always watched very closely in these elections. And you can see here that Donald Trump has been pulling away here in the last little bit. We're at about 91% of the expected vote counted in Florida right now. And you can see that we're at 51 to 48%, more than 200,000 votes separating the two, with Donald Trump on top there. Want to point out that here in Miami-Dade County, this is usually a stronghold for Democrats. You can see with 93% of the vote counted, though, Trump within about 80-something thousand votes of Joe Biden. If we go back to 2016, this will be the story of the night in Florida, Miami-Dade County. If you go back to 2016, Hillary Clinton comfortably won that county by 300,000 votes or so. And again, tonight with 91% of the vote counted there in Miami-Dade County, we are seeing Trump within about 80-something thousand votes of Joe Biden. If indeed President Trump does take Florida, expect Miami-Dade to be the big story there. But again, still a lot of votes left to count in Florida. That one has not been called at this point. Another one that's been being watched very closely is Georgia tonight. Trump ahead there by almost 200,000 votes. But just to let you know, some of the big population areas around Atlanta, we're talking about Fulton County here, very little of the vote counted so far, 15% there, as well as in the suburbs. Some of these suburbs not really reporting much of the vote counted either, 13% or so. So that's still going to be a long night as all of those votes are continued to be tallied. We're talking about many hundreds of thousands of votes there. North Carolina, another big battleground that we're watching tonight. We see Joe Biden ahead by about 200,000 votes right now in North Carolina. So we're going to be keeping a close tabs on that one. And then finally, Pennsylvania. This one is, I have to give you a caveat here. We see Joe Biden well ahead, 68 to 31% there in Pennsylvania. That's just with 13% of the expected vote in. A lot of the big population areas around Pittsburgh there in Allegheny County, as well as Philadelphia County. A lot of that vote not coming in yet. And we have to keep on saying this, but so much of that mail-in vote will not even be figured in or factored into much of what we're seeing tonight from Pennsylvania. It may be several days before we know the final outcome there. I lied. I'm going to go one more before we send it back. Ohio here, we see Joe Biden doing very well in Ohio at this point, ahead by almost a little more than 300,000 votes. This is with half of the vote counted. We always expect Ohio to be very close, and so we're going to have to keep a very close eye on that one. Nicole, what'd you just say? All right. You know what we're going to do? We're going to just take a break for just a moment here on the live stream. Don't leave us because we've got a lot left to do here. We're just going to take a break to catch up with our TV audience. We'll be right back with you here in just a minute. Stick around.
Live from Dallas, you're watching WFAA's Vote Texas coverage of the 2020 election.
Thanks for joining us for election coverage here on WFAA. The polls are now closed in Texas, and the story right now here, Tarrant County.
Yeah, President Trump won Tarrant County by nearly 60,000 votes 4 years ago. But take a look at this. With about 69% reporting, it is a dead heat right now. Let's get to Jason Whiteley with a closer look at this. This is normally where Republicans rack up the vote.
It is. Tarrant County, Denton County, Collin County, those suburban counties have really been those counties where Republicans have had strongholds. Let's go through these numbers to update our audience here. What's happening in Texas? Almost 70% of the vote in, and look how tight it is here. President Trump only ahead of Joe Biden by 732 votes. That's how much it has changed in the last 4 years. We can flip through some of the other counties here as well, too, for the presidential race. In Collin County, this is with 71% of the vote in. President Trump, a substantial lead over Vice President Biden, 17,000 votes there, a lot of votes cast. Denton County, the same thing. President Trump ahead there, 28,000 votes in that county as well, too. We have Rockwall County, 18,000 vote lead for President Trump in that county. So it looks like the suburban counties, that red wall, maybe a pink wall, is going to remain, at least from what we're seeing so far. But there is still a long way to go tonight.
All right, Jason, thank you. And we'll continue to see you here in just a couple of minutes. Our coverage continues right now on WFAA.com, the WFAA app, YouTube, and Facebook.
Yeah, we'll see you again in about a half hour. Thank you.
And then quickly checking on the U.S. Senate race if we can. And we'll take a look at the numbers there. It was a very tight race that we saw before. That's Tarrant County Commissioner Precinct 3, Gary Fix over Kathy Bratz. Right now, we want to go to our next Zoom with Texas GOP Chair, retired Lieutenant Colonel Alan Webb. Thank you so much for joining us. Let me ask you about the close race that we were seeing statewide.
Live from Dallas, you're watching WFAA's Vote Texas coverage of the 2020 election.
It is 8:04. Polls have closed across the entire state of Texas now. We were waiting for El Paso to close. It's there in the Mountain Time Zone. That has finally happened. Let's update you on the numbers we have so far for the presidential race. This is the national number, not the Texas number, the national number. 3% reporting nationwide so far, and President Trump is ahead by about 665,000 votes ahead of Joe Biden. A long way to go in that race right there, and we're going to check in with Jason Wheeler momentarily to find out how any of the battleground states are looking so far. Let's look at the Tarrant County numbers for President. Donald Trump ahead there. Here's what's remarkable about this number here. Tarrant County used to be part of the Republican red wall here, the firewall, and it was never this competitive. 70% of the vote in so far. Look, it's neck and neck. 732 votes divide President Trump from Vice President Joe Biden there. So this is still a close race there. Collin County not as close. 70% of the results are in, and the president leads by 17,000 votes ahead of Vice President Joe Biden. A little surprising there, but it is much closer than it has been in years past. The Senate race in Texas is the second big race we have been watching. These are the statewide numbers here. Only a small fraction reporting so far. 3% of the vote is in, and incumbent Senator John Cornyn appears well on his way to a fourth term in the U.S. Senate. Back here in Dallas, more than half the vote is in, and it looks like Colin Allred likely will be going back to the U.S. House of Representatives. He is ahead of Genevieve Collins by almost 23,000 votes for District number 32. District number 3, Collin County. This is Plano. Incumbent Van Taylor is ahead of Lulu Cycli by 44,000 votes. 70% of the vote is in. He has a double-digit lead over her. And this race has kind of been going back and forth as we've been watching it tonight. This is the early vote. It spans across at least 2 counties, and someone might correct me if I'm wrong here on the comments section. There might be 3 counties. Denton County might be involved in this one as well. But Beth Van Dyne, the former mayor of Irving, is ahead of Candace Valenzuela by 2,500 votes. Valenzuela was in the lead a little earlier, so we're going to really keep a close eye on that one. That is an open seat for District 24, spreading as far from Carrollton Farmers Branch all the way over to South Lake, Irving, and the like. Back with us now, we have a new member for our panel. We had traded some folks out so they can get a water break, restroom break, etc. We have Bud Kennedy from the Star-Telegram still here. And right in the middle, we have Jason Villalba, former state rep from Dallas. He is a Republican. And of course, Domingo Garcia, the national president of LULAC, is back with us. So Bud, when we look back at 8 o'clock, we're an hour into the polls closing here in Texas, excluding El Paso. And it looks like that Republicans are really hanging on, but Domingo's made a good point all night. Despite them hanging on, it's a heck of a lot more competitive than it has been.
Jason, Republicans are closing hard. They had a great turnout. And I want to ask everybody, was it a mistake for Democrats to bring Kamala Harris here over the last weekend of the campaign? Did it help Joe Biden for her to be here? Did it stir up a lot of Republican voters? We had the fracas with the Biden bus, the clashes in Fort Worth. Did it motivate more Republicans to turn out and vote in these Dallas-Fort Worth races?
That's a great question, Bud, and it's one you texted me a moment ago. I'm glad you got to it right off the top here. Jason, what do you think about that? Was it a mistake to bring the vice presidential candidate here?
Oh, I don't think so. I think it was important for Joe Biden to show strength in Texas and to bring some real excitement to the base. There had been some suggestion that he wasn't really working the areas where he could have in Texas to really pull out those numbers. And I think it was important to get people energized from the Democratic side to continue the competitiveness that we've seen in Texas. So I don't think it was going to be a galvanizing factor for the Republicans. Most Republicans felt very strongly about supporting the president. And so merely the fact that Kamala was here did not energize them anymore. So I think the story of the night is that Texas is now unquestionably purple. It's a competitive state. I know we saw that in 2018. That's continuing tonight, and we'll continue to see that trend as the complexion of Texas changes.
Texas is purple, Domingo. When's the last time you heard that?
Well, I've heard a lot of wishful thinking by Democrats ever since Tony Sanchez ran with Ron Kirk.
In 2000, right?
Right, yeah, till today.
Yeah.
But now it is really a reality. The fact of the matter is, the vote right now, Biden is ahead of Donald Trump in Texas. That is a shocking number, even though we only have some 50% of the voters something in right now. But still, the fact that it's even close, Donald Trump beat Hillary Clinton by 9 points. The fact that Kamala Harris made the investment and the time to come to Texas 72 hours before Election Day means it finally, Texas is in play. And that's good for all Texans.
A quick note to our viewers, if you're watching, we might cut away from this in just a moment from our panel here. Beto O'Rourke is going to be speaking on behalf of Texas Democrats shortly. The state Democratic Party has a number of speakers lined up on a special media room through a virtual room for us tonight, so we can dip in and out of there. We were hoping to hear from Beto O'Rourke, the former congressman from El Paso, here shortly. Secretary Julian Castro, the former mayor of San Antonio, he'll be speaking a little later, we believe. So if those guys pop up in the room, they're going to tell me my ear, and we're going to cut off to them. Bud, let's get back to what Jason Domingo were just talking about, though.
Let's remember, we've said all along, don't count on these early results, that Beto was winning after the early results. We still have all of Big Red West Texas to come in and a lot of other results. Those are going to be Trump results. Trump will win West Texas 85-15. So, I mean, I don't think we can call this a blue state at this time.
Is it a purple state, though, Bud?
It's a purple state because we see the Democrats competitive. The Democrats are competitive in Texas. The Democratic Party was a wreck. They hadn't won anything. They couldn't. They were effectively a third party. They had no say-so whatsoever in the legislature. Let's face it, they just couldn't get anything done. Then two things changed that. Beto O'Rourke, $90 million, and Donald Trump. Those are the two people who saved the Democratic Party in Texas. They're back to where they are. They're back on the map. They're back in the game.
The Democratic Party was a third party in a one-party state, right?
Virtually so. There were the Republicans. Texas was a two-party state, but both parties were Republicans.
Yeah, I mean Jason, is that far off? I mean, of course, we've seen what has happened in the last 2 years, and the Democratic Party has an organization now, and it has a heck of a lot more life and momentum, at least going into tonight.
Now, there's no question that we're seeing a real strengthening of the Democratic Party in Texas. They are unquestionably a player. They're active. They've challenged almost every seat in the state house that was at all competitive. They've played in all of the congressional races. As you can see from your earlier numbers, it's razor thin all across the state between Democrats and Republicans. And when's the last time that we're paying attention to the state house in November rather than in March when the primaries are here? So, look, there's some real competitiveness going on. I think you're going to continue to see that, but I don't think that we should overstep the remaining strength of the vestiges of the existing Republican Party. Make no mistake, they are putting money and time and effort and infrastructure into fighting back. So it's going to be a slower walk than I think some on the Democratic Party side would like, but they are making inroads and they are making opportunities for themselves that they just didn't have as recently as 4 years ago.
Yeah, and of course, Domingo, you know, so many people say that President Trump has not grown the Republican Party at all on a national level, but we still don't really have an indication yet of which way all these new voters in Texas, these voters, hundreds of thousands of voters without voter history, have really swung yet, do we?
We don't, but it appears to be that they're younger and they're predominantly minority. 500,000 new Latinos voted. They had never voted before in this election. Did they vote? How many voted for Trump versus Biden? Biden probably got the lion's share. But the fact of the matter is that as these numbers go up, every 30 seconds, a Latino turns 18 in Texas. Those demographics are going to continue to catch up to the Republican Party unless they start appealing to the center. And right now, they're just going to the right wing. Bud was correct. There were two parties. There was the Tea Party and the Country Club Republican Party, and they were fighting with each other, and the Democrats were out here on the outside looking in. Now we're actually competitive. Whoever spent $500,000 to $1 million, Jason, on a state rep race? And that we have race after race where Democrats and Republicans are spending literally hundreds of thousands of dollars for a state house seat.
Yeah, and on our panel a moment ago, before we went to break at the top of the hour here, Bud, I don't know who it was, maybe it was Domingo that said it, about how the competitiveness of Texas now, regardless of the outcome, is really going to change the quality of candidates. That's a good observation, I think, isn't it?
Well, it's great to have two strong parties. It's great to have two parties watching each other. That's what you really want. You don't want a state to be all one party or all the other party. You want two parties keeping an eye. So, having a vibrant campaigns up and down the ballot is is great for the state. You know, when the Democrats are back in the game, that'll make Republicans better. In this case, it made Governor Abbott step up, put a lot of his money out to help, you know, support Republicans to keep the Republican control of the state house. It'll make the Republicans, the establishment Republicans, Governor Abbott, Speaker Bonin put a little money in. You know, it makes the establishment Republicans line up behind their candidates and give their team an extra push.
Jason, you spent time in the state house, obviously. Do you think that the Democrats can knock off 9 seats? So far, it's not looking that way, at least with the early vote.
Oh, I don't think they're going to be able to reach that watermark tonight. Look, they took a big bite last time, 12 seats. To ask for 9 more within a 24-month span, I think is just a bridge too far. I do think they'll win some seats tonight, but it's clear that Representative Leach and Representative Shaheen are strong. Angie Chen Button is remaining strong. And I know these numbers are close, but the fact is everyone expected Dallas County to be wiped out, and it looks like right now that at least a couple of folks survive in Dallas County, and it will definitely be a fight till the end of the evening, but I don't think they're going to be able to reach that 9 seat hopeful number that they were looking at in order to win the House and then ultimately choose the next Speaker of the House.
If they don't, Jason, let me stick with you for a moment. If they don't, does anything really change then in Texas government?
I think it changes dramatically. As Domingo was pointing out and as Bud was pointing out, a competitive state makes a difference not only in how these races and the quality of the candidates, but it changes the politics of the individuals. I mean, we had Van Taylor, who was known as a very strong partisan, talking about bipartisanship in his race. We had Jeff Leach, again, a wonderfully observant conservative for many, many years, talking about being a centrist and supporting ACA and those kinds of things. I mean, that's unprecedented. I did it and lost my seat for doing it. But you know, now you're seeing more candidates move to the center. You're going to see more centrist politics. I think the speaker candidate that's going to derive from the Republicans when they meet in January is going to be someone at the center of the political spectrum, rather from the right wing that we might have seen with someone like Dennis Bonin.
And we were taking a look at some of the results here as you're speaking. Let me ask the same question to Domingo. Does it really change anything, though, if the Democrats can't get across that threshold and win majority control in the House? You spent time there as well, too.
Yes. I think that the Republicans now don't have to worry just about a candidate hitting them from the right with the Empower Texans and the Tea Party folks. Now they have to worry about a general election where they could lose if they don't come to the center. And that's going to change the politics of who becomes the next Speaker of the Texas House. It might moderate a little bit. Even people like Lieutenant Governor Patrick and Governor Abbott, we've seen kind of gradually having to come toward the center and kind of stay away from those people that were trying to push them to the far right. So, yeah, it maybe Texas will become a two-party state. The Democrats will also get a bench. The fact of the matter is you don't have to be a Beto O'Rourke or a Castro to run statewide, but I do believe we need to have somebody stronger than MJ Hegar run for the Senate in the next election cycle.
But a lot of Democrats have said the same thing, and as Vinny or Domingo said, this is could be the end of her political career. She's run twice now.
Well, you know, she was kind of given of course, Royce West wanted very much to run and be the nominee and be the candidate along with Kamala Harris on the ticket. He felt like he could turn out votes that would help Biden and Harris, and he felt like he would have been a greater asset to the ticket. She chose to run. She beat him in the primary. She ran a hard race. But, the Democrats kind of turned her loose on her own this time. She had to get her own national money. Obviously, the state effort was all going to be on flipping the Texas House. It wasn't going to be on helping her, and she was running on her own. I really don't think she can come back and run at this level again. I think she has to take a step back and try to win something lower.
That's a good point, and certainly one that no doubt her campaign and she's likely going to consider. Before we get going, let me just ask our control room, if we can, since we've been talking about Texas House races, can we go back through the latest numbers we have for the Texas House races and just update our viewers on kind of where all these stand right now? Because the earlier numbers we were showing showed that Democrats were close, but not all the way over the top like so many of those races that they were hoping to win. So here is State Rep District 108. This is downtown Dallas, Highland Park, North Dallas. Morgan Meyer is the incumbent, and this is a rematch from what happened 2 years ago. Joanna Kattenack right now ahead by almost 700 votes. This is almost all the votes in so far. 97% of the vote is in, and it appears Morgan Meyer, the incumbent, could have a really tough time. Joanna Katnack might be on her way to the State House of Representatives in Austin. If we have any more numbers, we'll take those. I know I called for them at the last minute here, too. That's certainly one upset, the potential upset. The Democrats were hoping to get 9 of those, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen, at least in North Texas. Half of those seats were in North Texas. This is one of them they were targeting, State Rep District 97. This is Tarrant County. The incumbent is Craig Goldman, and he is ahead by 5,400 votes ahead of Elizabeth Beck. And that's just with the early vote total in so far. There. So Craig Goldman has fought off several opponents in the past few cycles, and it looks like he is going to stay in the Texas House. The governor was up here in Tarrant County campaigning for State Rep Craig Goldman a few weeks ago, really hoping to get him across the finish line. And in State Rep District 112, this is Dallas County, Brandy K. Chambers is leading the incumbent, State Rep Angie Chin Button. Brandy Chambers is ahead by 229 votes. This has 93% of the vote in. Back to Tarrant County. Matt Krause is the incumbent here. He is ahead of Lydia Bean by about 6,300 votes, 8 percentage points. That's just with the early vote in as well, too. We're showing you these districts here because these are ones that Democrats have targeted, hoping to knock off the incumbents and get close to majority control in the Texas House of Representatives. This is Collin County, State Rep District 66. Matt Shaheen is ahead of Sharon Hirsch by 718 votes. This is the early vote in Collin County, but it's going to be 70% of the total vote. That is a very close race there, as so many of these that we have seen so far. So we've had Bud on, we've had Jason on for the past 20 minutes or so here. We have Deborah K. Peoples from Tarrant County, the chairwoman of the Tarrant County Democratic Party. Deborah, if you can slide to your right just a tad, we can see you better on this big screen right here. Tell me what, better? Yes, ma'am. That's great. It's good to see you again as well, too. Thanks for joining us tonight. Give me an idea of what you think about these numbers so far, because I know that Democrats were hoping to perform a little better than they are so far.
Well, I think we have to, I'm trying to slide to the right. So I think we have to continue to watch the numbers. I think, as you know, we had a kind of a kerfluffle with our vote by mail. We've only counted about 33,000 of those vote by mail numbers. That leaves another 33,000 out. I firmly believe a lot of that vote is Democratic. So we're going to continue to watch that. We probably won't see an update till tomorrow. So I think in some of our races, like House District 92, right, with Jeff Whitfield, I think we're going to see some of those numbers start to change and get closer. All right, Deborah, we're going to come back to you in just a moment when we return. We're going to pause our coverage here just for a moment, as we do every half hour, so we can bring in our television audience and update them as well through the ABC coverage that's happening right now on WFAA. Don't go anywhere. Don't X out of the window. Don't turn us off yet. We have a lot more to go, but we're going to stop down just for a few minutes here so Chris and Cynthia can update the WFAA TV audience. Back in just a moment.
Dallas. You're watching WFAA's Vote Texas coverage of the 2020 election.
And we want to welcome you to election night right here on WFAA. We're keeping an eye on all the big races here in Texas.
Yeah, starting with the Senate race between John Cornyn and MJ Hegar. Senator Cornyn, he's held this seat for 18 years, and so far, the Republican incumbent is building on his lead over the Democratic challenger. There you see it, John Cornyn at 52%, MJ Hegar at 45%.
Let's get to senior political reporter Jason Whiteley. And Jason, it appears Senator Cornyn is on his way to a fourth term.
A fourth term in the U.S. Senate. You know, the polls have showed the entire time, this entire year, that he was ahead of MJ Hegar by 6, 8, 10 points. And it looks like the polls have held true in this case so far. Only 5% reporting statewide, but a significant, I'm not sure that 5% is accurate, because look at how many people have already turned in their votes here. It's what, 5.5, almost 6 million votes so far. John Cornyn is ahead by 382,000 votes. This has tightened up. It was I think about a 9 or 10 point race, but still it is going to be an uphill battle to say the least for MJ Hegar. Teresa Woodard is our reporter who has been covering this race nonstop for the past few weeks, and she is watching these numbers as well as both campaigns. Teresa.
Yeah, absolutely. Jason, just within the last couple of days, Senator Cornyn had a quote that I thought was interesting. He said, you know, we're really in uncharted territory because of this incredible high voter turnout that we're seeing across the state of Texas. This is far surpassing anything that the senator has ever seen before. The last time he was on the ballot, in fact, less than 5 million Texans voted in his race. And so he doesn't really know what to make of these numbers. Clearly, they are looking like they are in his favor. In fact, Texas Governor Greg Abbott has already emailed out a congratulations to the senator, but there are still so many votes to count across the state of Texas. It's a little premature to claim victory at this point. It looks good for him, but it's a little premature to say it's a done deal right now. As I said, he had himself said it was uncharted territory when it comes to seeing this high of a voter turnout, but it seems like he is navigating this uncharted territory just fine tonight. Jason?
Yeah, indeed so. And it's about 6 million votes, 5.5, 6 million votes so far that have been tallied up with the incumbent senator ahead. But Chris and Cynthia, there's still another 5 or 6 million out there. It still, though, looks like it's going to be an uphill battle for MJ Hegar to get in front of John Cornyn tonight.
You talked so much in the weeks leading up to the election about the suburbs. What are we seeing tonight in Collin County?
The suburbs are competitive. Democrats have not done as well as they were hoping so far. We still have that number up there. But still, the bottom line end of the day, the Republicans might squeak by this thing in Collin County, in Tarrant County, and in Denton County. Here's the presidential race for Collin County, and President Trump is ahead by 17,000 votes there. This is the early vote in the mail-in ballots that have come in over the past 3 weeks. 71% of it is in. Here's what so many of our analysts are pointing out, though. This number is never that tight in these counties here. It's always a double-digit number, solid red, not the case anymore. So the story tonight might be, the headline might be, how Democrats are really making Texas competitive, or maybe you could say Texas is purple now.
So, all right, let's get to Wheeler now. Wheeler, you've been crunching the numbers. What are you seeing right now?
Yeah, you know, just kind of dovetailing off of what Jason was just talking about there, we all have a tendency to look at these maps and we see the reds and the blues, and that's why we have this feature on here called heat. It's basically showing us the heat map of this, how red is something, how blue is something. And as Jason was talking about, that Republican red wall that we usually see in Tarrant County, Denton County, and Collin County does look more like a pink or off-white wall at this point. You can see the candidates very close in all of these places. But again, a lot of this is still almost just the early vote that's been counted so far. And we still have them neck and neck here, 45,000 votes separating them in the entire state. We'll be back later on with more.
All right, thank you, Wheeler. You know, President Trump won Collin County by 60,000 votes 4 years ago. A lot closer tonight. We'll be back with more on our updates about 30 minutes from now.
Will now also be a member of Congress.
So through the night, we'll pepper some of those in-state races and control the state.
Joining us now, senior editor at The Federalist and Byron New York, Washington Examiner correspondent. Both are Fox News contributors. Great to have both
Live from Dallas, you're watching WFAA's Vote Texas coverage of the 2020 election.
And welcome back to our Vote Texas coverage, statewide coverage of the 2020 election. I'm Jason Whiteley. We have an entire panel we're going to get to in a few moments. But first, let's get you caught up on the numbers. Here's the bottom line before I bring in Jason Wheeler, my colleague in the other room here. Republicans appear to be holding on in Texas. Democrats getting close, but the numbers haven't just yet shown them getting all the way across the line yet. Jason Wheeler is watching the numbers a heck of a lot closer, watching state by state, county by county. Jason, there's a lot of red and blue on that map now.
There is. There's a lot of white on this map, too, still, which means that we haven't gotten results for a lot of these counties. So still a lot of blanks left to be filled in here. But we are starting to get a picture. The puzzle is starting to come together here in Texas and across the country right now. So I want to point this out to you. You see all of this white in here. Much of this is usually in presidential elections filled in with red. So kind of pay attention to this area here. I'm going to take you back to 2016 now. You see what that area looked like then. So a lot of red there. That is a lot of rural vote that competes with that urban and suburban vote. You see those islands floating around out there. We talked about that earlier. Those are the major population centers. Those tend to favor Democrats. And of course, down in the Rio Grande Valley, it is solidly blue on any given presidential election. Let's bring it back to present time here now, though, and talk about this a little bit more, because here are a few interesting takeaways right now. We see the race here in Texas neck and neck right now, a difference of about 13,500 votes between the two. President Trump slightly ahead right now. This, by the way, we're almost to the point right now where you see those vote totals. We're almost to the point of how many votes were generated between Trump and Clinton in 2016, and we've got a lot of counting left to go, because even that total that you're seeing there right now, that's not even the total of the early vote in Texas. And so we still have the rest of that to get through, and any ballots that were cast today as well. A couple of interesting takeaways, though, as we put the heat map on this, because we keep talking about that red wall that Republicans have to be able to keep this state. That's what they've actually told us. Collin County, it's close, 17,500 votes, close relatively speaking. Denton County, close relatively speaking, 28,000 votes separating the two. And Tarrant County, razor thin, 732 votes between the two candidates. Donald Trump slightly ahead there. If we put on the heat map, though, you can see that that's much more of a pinkish, whitish wall this time around. Does that continue to hold through the rest of the night? Does that redden up more? Does it become a little more purplish or bluish, perhaps? So we'll be watching that. We're also watching these suburbs around Houston, Fort Bend County, Williamson County, and Hays County on both sides of Austin. Hillary Clinton lost both of those in 2016. They are trending blue tonight. And I want to talk a little bit later about the vote down in the valley right now. Percentages that are coming in don't look as good for Joe Biden as we saw in the percentages for Hillary Clinton in 2016. That could be critical for him in this state. We'll get into that and a whole lot more in this map here in just a few minutes. Jason, going to get it back to you right now.
All right, Jason, thanks a lot. Let's reiterate what Jason was just talking about there a moment ago. Look at the numbers for the state of Texas. Keep in mind, the president won this state by 9 points 4 years ago. Texas is one of those states since 1980 that has been called at 701. As soon as the polls close, boom, they're projecting Texas for Republicans. Here we are in 2020. Who knows what's going to happen this year, right? But look how tight it is. President Trump is ahead by 20,000 votes. You have about 8.2 million votes in so far. So that's not even all of the early vote yet, but that is an indication of how tight this is. Of course, Democrats and Biden would love to win Texas. It could realign the entire presidential race for years to come. But even if they don't win Texas, even if Democrats don't win, Texas is now competitive. As former State Rep Jason Villalba told us a few moments ago on our panel here, Texas is purple now. Jason's back with us. We have Bud Kennedy from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram, Deborah Peoples, the chairwoman of the Tarrant County Democratic Party, Jason Villalba, of course, and Dr. Kimmy Lynn King from UNT. It is good to see you again, Kimmy. We haven't had you on yet. I want to get your thoughts on this. What do you make out of it so far, 90 minutes after polls closed?
Texas is a fight. I mean, to think that in 10 presidential elections, they haven't gone for the Democrat. We haven't had statewide Democrats since 1994, even when there were inroads in the urban areas in 2006. And everybody said, this is it. We're going blue. We're going blue. You haven't seen this close of a fight. Nothing is over till it's over. I mean, in watching you do the analysis, you really want to watch those areas just outside the urban areas. And to the extent that you have higher mobilized Democratic voter turnout in those areas, particularly the suburban women, this is going to be interesting to see what the gender breakdown is going forward. But one of the things that you're going to want to watch for is to the extent that you can see them blue it, then you can make up some of that space for all that expanse of red that is going to exist out there.
Dr. King, of course, with UNT, political science professor there in Denton. Deborah, I keep watching you. You're shaking your head. Yep, that's right. She's exactly right. Do you really think, though? I mean, there is, of course, plenty of other votes to count in this state. But can Democrats make up this in any of these races so far?
So, Jason, I believe we can. And I look at Tarrant County because in Tarrant County, where Republicans count on it being like 60% to 40%, look at it. We're only down by 700 votes. And I believe we're actually winning. We have only counted half of the vote by mail ballots. We only have about 33,000 in that number. I know that we worked very hard to get our seniors out to vote. I honestly believe that we actually would be leading now in the early vote. And if Tarrant County goes for Joe Biden, and I believe that we will, I think it's game over because we are the last large county to go blue, and we can help with that. We can help that number for Biden. And I love the fact that we're only 700 votes behind.
That's an incredible number. Jason, that's a remarkable number to me. Considering what we've seen for years. I know you're in Dallas County, of course. You represented Dallas County as a Republican in the Texas House of Representatives. But what do you make of what's happening in Tarrant County, of course, with more votes to count?
It is shocking, right, to see those numbers that close in Tarrant County. But I think if you look at the individual state rep races, you're seeing some real strength in the rural areas for candidates like Matt Krause, for instance, is a good example. Craig Goldman. They maintain not only a victory, but a decisive victory, it looks like. And I think those are really important anecdotal points to make about Tarrant County. So Tarrant County as a whole, the numbers may be changing, but I think as it impacts at the lower levels in the State House and the State Senate, I still think there's a ways to go. But I think the real takeaway that I'm seeing, and Jason Wheeler alluded to this earlier, is what's happening in the RGV. If you look at the numbers in the RGV for Trump and for Biden. Biden's winning, but he's not winning at the same percentages that Hillary won in 2016. That suggests that the Hispanic vote is not necessarily in the tank for this president. At the Texas Hispanic Policy Foundation, where we've done some work and studied this, I said Hispanics will be dispositive. They will be the decision makers as to who wins Texas. And I think that's exactly what we're seeing. If we had a better engagement, a bigger engagement from Hispanics in the RGV, I think you would have seen much bigger numbers, better numbers, and I think that would be enough to be to make up the difference.
And the RGV, for some of our viewers who might not have traveled south, is the Rio Grande Valley. Of course, it's McAllen, Brownsville, Harlingen, kind of all that area there. And Beto O'Rourke did not perform as well either there, at least in the primary. But before we get to you, I want to show the numbers, if we can, of the U.S. Senate race in Texas, because our reporter, Matt Howerton, who's covering the race along with Teresa Woodard, Matt Howerton is telling us now that MJ Hegar has called John Cornyn to concede the race. There is, let me get closer to the screen here, 7, 8, 9 million votes counted there so far. And it looks like that John Cornyn has 500,000 more votes than her. She's likely seeing there isn't an option, especially if she's calling to concede. So right now we can report that John Cornyn will return to the U.S. Senate for a fourth term. former judge, former Texas Attorney General before he went to the Senate. But that's not a surprise. But let's get back to what Jason was talking about a moment ago. President Trump isn't performing as well in this state as the Republicans down ballot. But one of the races that you and I have talked about quite a bit is Congressional District number 24. This is Candace Valenzuela and Beth Van Dyne. This has kind of been flipping back and forth. And as we're talking about this, if we can show the latest numbers that we have, it'd be great. Bud, you really think this is a race to watch?
Well, this is something, Beth Van Dyne had been, I don't want to say written off, but that race had been downgraded to a leans blue by both the Cook Political Report, by national experts, and it was believed to be Candace Valenzuela's race. But what's happened is it was a beautiful day. A lot of people came out and vote. There was a great Republican turnout over the weekend. The Republicans have kind of rallied around their candidates. And look at this, Beth Van Dyne barely leading right now over Candace Valenzuela in this district that covers Carrollton, Grapevine, Northeast Tarrant County, and parts of Denton County. It's a race that it is going to be neck and neck all night. And Jason, we've still got, as Deborah Peoples said, I think more than 10,000 Tarrant County mail-in ballots yet to be counted that will affect that race.
Gotcha. Let's put our panel on pause here just for a moment. I want to bring in a guest that we have with us right now. It's U.S. Congressman Michael Burgess. Dr. Burgess represents Denton County. Congressman, good to see you again. It looks like you might be in D.C.?
No. I'm in beautiful downtown Pilot Point.
You're in Pilot Point in Denton County. Good to see you again. You're smiling tonight, sir, so I presume that this race, not necessarily your race, but the Republican turnout is doing a little better than a lot of Republicans expected, statewide at least.
Yeah, Bud's right. It was a beautiful day, a great day to get out and vote, great day to get out and support your president who's meant so much to our state. And, I just got to say about Beth Van Dyne, I am anxious to welcome her to the Denton County delegation to Congress. I think she'll be a wonderful addition, and she's worked her heart out. This is not a fluke. This is not an accident. This is the product of hard work.
Yeah, of course, there are a lot of votes left to count in that race. Let me ask you about Tarrant County. Your district goes down into Tarrant County a tad, is that right? I know these are drawn. Yeah, you mainly represent Denton County, but you have part of Tarrant County. If we look at the presidential race in Tarrant County, it is super tight there, which is so remarkable, and there's also thousands of votes left to count. What do you make of that? Is Tarrant County flipping? I mean, there's no arguing that it's competitive, though.
Well, look, Tarrant County, of course, is my best performing county for me in the 26th district. I think I got 65% of the vote in Tarrant as opposed to 60% in Denton. I'll take it. Both of those are great reports. We are going to have to wait and see what these outstanding ballots mean. You think back to 2018, and plenty of people were willing to crown Beto O'Rourke as the next United States senator, but you got to. That's why you got to count all the votes. And I think at the end of the night, president's going to prevail. I don't think there's any question about that.
Congressman, why are down ballot Republicans faring better than the president is?
Well, I don't know. Again, we'll have to wait and see till the results are all in. But look, has it been a wild year? Yeah. And you think of where we were a year ago, and everyone's talking about impeaching the president. Oh my gosh, over nothing. And then we got over that. The economy was really doing well. And then we got sick with a virus. People have been locked down. I mean, there's plenty of reasons for people to be frustrated. But look, the leadership the president has provided, I think, has been significant, and it's been important. And just as Bud said, it was a beautiful day to get out and go down to the polls and support your president.
Yeah, we're waiting to see the final tally of how Texans come down on the presidential race. But let me ask you about the science. Do you really think that, explain why that's important? Because some people hearing this might think, hell, I'm voting either way. It doesn't matter if it's sunny or if it's raining outside. But that really is a thing, isn't it? If it's a sunny day, a warm day, people will show up, won't they?
Yeah, it's. I think it obviously it affects people's.
Are you asking how long I can wait for you guys?
It affects their disposition.
Looks like we have a little another person in the room here. That's how that goes sometimes. Congressman, we'll get back to you shortly if we can here. It's good to talk to you as well, though. If we get a moment and can bring our panel back, I'd love to ask them a little bit about what Congressman Burgess just told us a moment ago. Of course, he's excited. He's bullish. He usually wins by substantial margins in the Texas House. Bud, let me start with you. You and I have talked to Congressman Burgess, Dr. Burgess, for quite a bit. He's especially bullish and thinks that Tarrant County is going to remain red.
Well, that was a good question you asked about whether, about Trump not performing as well as the rest of the ticket. The fact of the matter is, everybody talks about Donald Trump winning Texas by 9 points 4 years ago. But Donald Trump only carried 52% of the vote 9 years ago. Hillary Clinton carried 43%. There were 2 third-party candidates that both picked up some votes. Donald Trump has fallen from 52% to 49 point whatever. He's not getting the 54, 55, 58 that other Texas Republicans are getting.
Dr. King, let me ask you, you're up there in Denton County. That's where Dr. Burgess represents. He likely represents the university. I'm probably pretty sure he does represent the university. I've talked to Democrats in Denton County, and they've really kind of re-energized, restarted the party there in Denton County. But it doesn't seem like Denton County, Collin County, any of the suburbs yet, Deborah Peoples, it doesn't seem like any of them have gotten across the finish line.
Yeah, it's a slow process. I want to follow on a couple things of what Dr. Burgess said. Political scientists find that the weather increases turnout. It does statistically. That's just
really, it really does.
It really does. Yeah, it's bizarre. Whether or not it makes a difference, I mean, that's a different question. I think the real reason that if you're looking at things in terms of the energy, we'll be studying for a long time what getting rid of straight ticket voting did. One of the things that it may have done in a twisted kind of way is hurt the Republicans because they're the ones who got rid of it after 2018, because of this concern about straight ticket voting on the part of Democrats.
Yeah.
And so it may be that as Republicans are going through, they're going, well, I'm for Cornyn. He's continued to hold the values. President Trump, I'm struggling with. I'm not necessarily going to vote for Joe Biden, but I'm not going to vote for President Trump. And so you may be seeing some of that effect. So don't rule that out as you're looking at like a Tarrant County. But Denton has not been able to make that shift, even though when you look at the urban center, we have clearly, well, we'll see. We'll see what happens in tonight's elections, but we've started to move that direction a little bit in the central area.
Dr. King, as a political scientist, what else do you think that you might be studying once all these votes are counted?
I think one of the things we're going to talk about is the impact of mail-in votes and start looking at those 5 states that use exclusively mail-in voting and whether or not that increases voter turnout. I think we'll start examining what opening up early voting and whether or not you get a greater benefit of voter turnout from early voting as opposed to expanding mail-in voting. I think we'll also start having a conversation about how much voting costs, right? And this issue of mail-in ballots and the issues with all the technology and just the overall expense of elections as well. Given the different competing alternatives, we've seen this go round.
And Deborah, Democrats have really been pushing earlier this year for increasing the mail-in ballot participation. If there aren't more seats at the table down in the Texas House, do you have that much of a voice in getting that done?
Oh, I think clearly we have to bring it up. I think COVID changed our world for us. And one of the reasons we were really pushing, and the Republicans should have been too, because it would have benefited a lot of their voters, is we wanted the ability to have people vote safely. And so I think the jury's still out on having people vote in person. I think it helped us to have 3 weeks of in-person voting because we were able to space some of that out. But I think vote by mail, we only got about 66,000 votes back in. I think there were 89,000 that were sent out. But I think it is something that we need to consider because we don't know how long this virus is going to last.
Yeah.
And when another issue comes along like this, like a pandemic, we need to be ready for it.
Jason, I want to ask you quickly. You were in the Texas House when Ron Simmons, who used to be a representative there, he got straight ticket voting axed out, killed it. Was that a mistake briefly here?
I don't think it was. I mean, look, all politics is local. That's why you're seeing the local candidates outperform the president. The president is not popular at the countywide or the statewide level, but at the rural area and at the district level, people know their candidates. They know them personally. They shake hands at the front door, and that's why they're able to outperform up or above the ticket. I think the lack of straight ticket voting requires a more educated voter. I think it really is a double-edged sword. You know, in those days when the major counties were going to be Republican, of course, straight ticket always helps. But when that started to flip, you impact the rural counties, right? Because if the rural counties want straight ticket, they just want one button, and they can go all the way down the ballot. So it's always going to be impactful for the rural county or the urban county, and that's where the real decision has to be made in the next legislature, is how we deal with this issue of urban versus rural, and how we deal with the mail-in ballots and all the logistics around this voting. But I think Ron Simmons was right to do that. I voted in favor of getting rid of it, and it makes perfect sense, I think, for a modern electorate.
Guys, stand by just for a moment. I want to bring in one of the guys we rely on a lot for some of the insight. That's Patrick Svitek. He is one of the star political reporters. If you don't follow Patrick on Twitter, you should, because the guy breaks news all the time. Good to see you, Patrick. You are in battle gear, it looks like, man.
It's the outfit, yeah.
hey, let me ask you, how close, how likely, based on what we're seeing so far, how likely is it that Texas Democrats can win those 9 seats for majority control in the Texas House of Representatives?
The early signs are looking pretty dicey. In some of the races that you think would be low-hanging fruit for them, the Republicans were holding their own. You look at in Dallas County, Angie Chen Button and Morgan Meyer, which if you talk to the Democrats, they would say those would be some of the first incumbents to go. In early voting, they were less than a point behind their Democratic challengers. Then you look at over in Harris County, there's an open state house seat there that Democrats were feeling pretty bullish about. After early vote there, the Republican was up 2.5 points. And so I haven't checked in the last few minutes, so there could be things changing. It's a fluid situation, but some of the early signs were not particularly encouraging for Democrats.
Patrick, you go across the state. I follow your stuff constantly. And in the last few seconds here, what are you watching for in the next hour or so?
You know, with the Senate race called, that's something that we've already taken care of. The presidential race obviously still remains very close. We're going to start seeing all these rural counties start coming in a big way. I mean, this is how it works in Texas. You start seeing those urban counties and some of those suburban counties that tend to lean blue come in. But I'm interested to see, now that we're getting deeper into the night, these rural counties are reporting, how much that's going to move the needle in favor of Republicans in some of these statewide races. All right, Patrick Svitek from the Texas Tribune. Good to see you again. Thanks for the insight. We appreciate it. All right. We are back in just a few moments. Going to stop down again just for a moment to update our television audience. Chris and Cynthia in studio here standing by to update them. Don't close out the window. We have a lot more to go when we come back here in just a moment.
Live from Dallas, you're watching WFAA's Vote Texas coverage of the 2020 election.
Thank you for joining us. Let's drill down on what's happening right now here in Texas. The Associated Press and ABC project Senator John Cornyn will keep his seat in Congress, and MJ Hegar has called Cornyn to concede.
Yeah, in a tweet, Hegar says, "I'm so proud and incredibly grateful for all of your support. Together, we've worked so hard and overcome so much, shattering expectations along the way." Now to the race for president, and it is a close one here in Texas. You'll see here that President Trump has 50% of the vote. Joe Biden with 48% of the vote. Remember, Trump won Texas in 2016 by 9 points. A Democrat hasn't won Texas since Jimmy Carter in 1976.
Let's get to Jason Wheeler with a closer look at what's happening in this race statewide.
Yep, here we are right now. As you mentioned, we have just now, by the way, for trivia purposes, in the last little bit, crossed over the threshold for the total number of votes that then candidate Trump and Hillary Clinton got back in 2016. And we still haven't even finished with the total amount of early vote count. And then add on top of that what we have seen in Election Day here in Texas. So there are millions of ballots still left to be counted. So a lot can still change. You still see a lot of white on this map as well, which means that there are quite a few counties that we haven't gotten the results from yet. So still a lot to add into the map. As we heard from a guest in our streaming coverage just a little while ago, we're expecting this to continue to fill in with red in these rural counties as we go forward. And then we've got that battle. Can those rural counties outdo and outpace what we will see in these urban counties? I can tell you that let's go into zoom into us here in North Texas just for an example. We see Dallas County blue here. Joe Biden actually doing better here than Hillary Clinton did. President Trump taking the lead in Collin County, Denton County, and there in Tarrant County, but he has fallen behind what his numbers were percentage-wise in 2016. So a lot to keep an eye on. We will keep you updated throughout the night.
Dallas, you're watching WFAA's Vote Texas coverage of the 2020 election.
I'm Jason Whiteley. Thanks for staying with us tonight as we walk through and watch the results come in across our state tonight for the Vote Texas 2020 election coverage. Let's get reset and kind of give you an idea of where we are right now, 2 hours after polls have closed. This is the presidential race in Texas. Keep in mind, this race, President Trump won by 9 points 4 years ago, 9 points. So right now, with a little more than half the vote in, it looks like that less than 200, or about 200,000 votes separate them. About 3 percentage points separate Donald Trump from Joe Biden. That's with about half of the vote in, maybe a little more than that. It looks like it's close to the early vote that is in there so far, which is going to make up a substantial portion of the total vote. The other big race we are watching is what happens with the balance of power in the Texas House of Representatives. And there are a couple of seats that it appears the incumbents are really going to have trouble. Angie Chin Button represents a large swath of Dallas County. She is a Republican incumbent. And right now, with 93% of the vote in, it looks like that Brandy K. Chambers is defeating her by 229 votes. There is another close race as well, too. This is State Rep District 108. 97% of the vote is in this race. This is a rematch from 2018. Joanna Katanack lost her challenge 2 years ago against the incumbent Morgan Meyer, but it looks like that she might be successful tonight. She is leading right now at 9 o'clock with 691 votes in so far. And the third big race we are watching is the U.S. Senate race. And in fact, in the next few minutes here, we are expecting to hear from incumbent Senator John Cornyn. He is going to Congress. He's going to the U.S. Senate, rather, which is a part of Congress, a chamber in Congress. He is going to the U.S. Senate for a fourth term. Matt Howerton has been covering this race along with Teresa Woodard. And Matt, you broke some news for us a little earlier that MJ has already conceded to the senator.
Yeah, that's correct, Jason. Earlier tonight, I said that if MJ Hegar were to win this race, politically speaking, it would be a David and Goliath story. That has obviously not happened. Hegar has phoned John Cornyn to concede this race. She tweeted just a little bit ago. She sent out a larger statement, but we might have that tweet here and put up. Either way, I'll read it to you. I'm so proud and incredibly grateful for all your support. Together, we've worked so hard and overcome so much, shattering expectations along the way. We built a powerful grassroots movement from the ground up, and I know our fight here in Texas is far from over. Let's talk about that grassroots movement, okay? So John Cornyn has been a seasoned Republican here in Texas in the Senate for 18 years. And Hegar said in her statement that was a little bit longer, not on Twitter, that she gave Cornyn the toughest run for his money in that 18-year period, shattering his 14-to-1 cash in hand advantage against other candidates. And both sides of this race really thought it was going to be close. $21 million in TV ads were spent close to the home stretch on Election Day. So I think that there was a lot of people were looking at this race and thought that maybe it could swing in Hegar's favor just based on the political climate that's happening right now. Now that she's conceded, I think we can look at this race, or at least John Cornyn's Senate seat, and say to ourselves that maybe it's a little bit more vulnerable than he thought. Maybe, as you said, President Trump taking Texas by at least 9 points, and now it's really close. I think we could say to ourselves, with an opponent like MJ Hegar, who has no political experience whatsoever, is very well known for her distinguished service in the Air Force, did give John Cornyn a run for his money, but otherwise she has conceded this evening, has not given a speech to anybody just yet. We'll be looking for that here shortly, and if we do hear of one, we'll get it back to you. Jason?
Thanks so much. Yeah, we are curious if she's going to do anything more than a tweet tonight. But of course, we expect to hear from John Cornyn, a speech where he's accepting this fourth term in the U.S. Senate here shortly. Until we get a feed from Senator Cornyn, let's go ahead and bring our guests back in. Bud Kennedy from the Star-Telegram, Deborah Peoples, the chairwoman of the Tarrant County Democratic Party, and Jason Villalba, former state rep, Republican from here in Dallas. Bud, let's talk to you about this here. Let's stay on the Senate race just for a moment. We just heard from Matt, and we're waiting also for Senator Cornyn to come in here. That wasn't a surprise, but we keep going back to what you said earlier, and that is down ballot, the Republicans are faring much better than the president is tonight, at least in this state.
Well, I think we see in John Cornyn's total where the Republican Party stands in this state. his victories have been consistent. He's won by a wide margin every time he's run. This was a close race. He is really the standard bearer for Texas Republicans. We'll measure all the other Republicans up and down the ballot by where they did compared to John Cornyn. We'll say, were you a point behind? Were you 2 points behind? How did you do compared to Cornyn? He'll be the one that carries the flag.
He will be the standard bearer. Jason, let me switch over and jump over to you about this because and you might relate to this a little bit. John Cornyn was a lot more moderate than many Texas Republicans and Texas conservatives likely wanted. But at the end of the day, he proved polls correct and ended up defeating MJ Hegar by, 7 or 8 points.
Well, Senator Cornyn has always been a real champion of the people of Texas. I mean, the bottom line is he brings home the bacon. He does a good job. He looks the role for Republicans. He's consistently conservative. He never eschewed the president. In fact, he embraced him to some people's chagrin during the last 4 years. But that served him well politically. He's very astute to not push away the president, but not hug him too closely, to be good to the state. And, again, people, they know their senator well. They know what he's been able to do for Texas, and he's got a long conservative record of doing things that people like in their senators. And he was rewarded for that tonight handsomely. Those numbers are big. But I think it's also important to point out that, Trump is doing better, I think, than some of the polls told us, certainly in Texas. I mean, look, coming into the election today, the average of the polls showed that in Texas, Trump was just barely above 1.5, 2. I mean, it's looking a lot like a replay of 2018 where, he's going to eke out a 3-4% victory here in Texas, and that's not insignificant. It's something that I think is a warning sign to Democrats that it's going to be a long haul. I think that the state is purpleizing. I think they're making gains everywhere across the board, but this is a long cycle. This is a long walk for the Democrats, and I think, unfortunately, tonight they're going to come up short in some pretty significant areas like the Texas House and here in the Senate, and then also overall 38 electoral votes.
Deborah Peoples, I know you watch what happens in Tarrant County since you chair the Democratic Party there in Tarrant County, but statewide, do you think MJ Hegar performed as well as you expected?
Oh, yes, we knew it was an uphill battle. I mean, Cornyn was well-financed, well-known. MJ was a great candidate. We knew that it was going to be an uphill battle. So I know that I wish she'd done a little bit better, but we knew that one was a fight. I am, again, though, just really surprised. I love how everybody likes to talk it down now. You were bragging about how Trump took the state by 9 points last time, and now if he ekes it out with 3, it's a significant win. No, it's not. It is. It shows that this state continues to get bluer. And I tell people all the time, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. And so we continue in Tarrant County to make inroads. We've got some races that are moving in our direction right now. And I just think we're going to surprise people here in Tarrant County.
One of my favorite lines there, I tell my 8-year-old that all the time. How do you eat an elephant one bite at a time, Deborah? I'm glad you brought that up tonight. Dr. King, you were shaking your head when Jason was talking. It has been a long slog for Democrats in this state. But if you look at it, the past couple of cycles, they've done pretty darn well. Actually, you know what, Dr. King, stand by just a second. John Cornyn is speaking right now. We want to listen in on him real quick.
To live, work, and raise a family. Thank you. God bless you. And may God continue to bless the great state of Texas.
Well, these things are virtual now, so when he pops up, we don't get a heck of a lot of warning on that. Dr. King, we didn't hear much from him. We'll see if we can get a better idea of what he said. No doubt a victory speech for him, though. Let's get back to what you were saying, ma'am.
Yeah, I think what's interesting, I was agreeing with the point that we are going to look to Cornyn as being a standard bearer. He's tried to stay out of some of the political infighting that's gone on between the Republicans about the direction it should take in shifting more to the right. You also saw that he critically kind of pivoted in his advertising campaign. He began wearing masks. He began to emphasize issues like domestic violence and appealing to female Republican voters, which is something that is thought to have will be critical as Texas moves forward. And so to the extent that he moderated that, he was able to take some of the air out of MJ Hegar's push. I think the other thing that's remarkable about that is that the polls held true throughout that he was holding on consistently ahead between anywhere from 6 to 9 or 10 percentage points. And so ultimately that seems to have played itself out, despite the tremendous amount of money that's been dumped into both of those elections, which is quite striking. So as Texas goes more purple, watch for it to also go more green.
Yeah, mean green there at University of North Texas.
Yeah, there we go. Didn't mean that, but let me give a shout out.
I like how you worked that in.
Texas.
Yeah. Hey, let's look at the numbers now for, we have new numbers for Denton County, the presidential race there in Denton County. This is 77% of the vote in so far that has already been counted. And President Trump is ahead of Joe Biden by 32,000 votes, about 8 percentage points so far. There's still another quarter left to count, at least in this race in this county. Right now, let's go through the state house updates as well, too. So this number, I believe this is a little more probably than 20% reporting, but it looks like Joanna Katnack, as we mentioned a moment ago, she is on her way to defeating Morgan Meyer. Republicans knew that Morgan Meyer might be in trouble this time. This is a rematch from the 2018 race. Joanna Katnack, Democrat, now leading by 691 votes. She might be representing, a Democrat might represent Highland Park, University Park, North Dallas, etc. State Rep District 112, this is also Dallas County, and another incumbent potentially falling here, Angie Chin Button, state rep here in Dallas County. She is behind Brandy Chambers by 229 votes. This one a much tighter race, but it's one that Republicans knew they were going to have trouble with. Governor Abbott came up here about 10 days ago to campaign with Angie Chin Button, try to get out the vote. And it looks like that has not helped so far. There are still more votes to count in that. Jason, as you know, when the race is that tight, who knows what could happen. That's when every single vote counts. Provisional ballots, mail-in ballots, they look at everything, and they might even, do a recount on that. But let me pick up with what Dr. King said a moment ago from UNT, how John Cornyn, the now senator-elect, if we even call him that since he's going back to the Senate, but how he really changed his advertising campaign, started wearing masks and wasn't attacking MJ Hegar like he was early on. I know his campaign was really concerned early on, and MJ Hegar, it's tough to go up against her as a candidate, considering her military record.
Well, I think Dr. King picked up on, Senator Cornyn's ads about domestic abuse and,
right.
Ads that appealed to suburban women specifically. And things he'd done. He spoke to everyone in Texas. He said he would sponsor a bill to make Juneteenth a national holiday. He's from San Antonio. He knows, the old Republican campaign practice of aim to win 40% of the Latino vote, and Republicans can keep control in Texas. John Cornyn said enough flattering things about the Valley and appealed to Hispanic voters enough to keep those votes. And, we could ask Jason Villalba about the way those Valley voters are going. Some of them are not going as well for Joe Biden as they did for Hillary Clinton. Some of the Valley voters right now are making a little bit of a difference.
And Jason, you surveyed Latinos across the state of 6-8 weeks ago or so.
We did. We looked at the strength of Biden versus Trump in this cycle, and we saw that he was at about a +9. Biden was above with Hispanics, but compared to Hillary Clinton in 2016, +27, that was a significant fall off. And we took some heat from groups like Latino Decisions and others for being so different from what the other polls were saying. But we stood by our numbers. Our numbers showed that Biden did not have the strength with Hispanics that he needed to really pick up Texas and to do well. We saw that play out in the Rio Grande Valley. We saw it in Florida and Dade County. I think that's one of the big stories for tonight, where the Cuban population voted strongly for Trump, and that ultimately resulted in Trump being able to carry Florida. And so these are the kinds of issues that if you're a Democrat or a Hispanic, you've really got to learn to understand the Hispanic vote better, because going forward in all presidential elections and down the ballot, Hispanics are going to have a tremendous voice and say in these elections.
Deborah, you're shaking your head. We saw what happened with Beto O'Rourke in the Valley. We see what's happening right now with Joe Biden in the Rio Grande Valley, Harlingen, Brownsville, McAllen. What don't Democrats get about these Latino voters on the border? You might be on mute there. Are you, Deborah?
Yeah, we are. So I think Democrats get it. We've just got to learn how to communicate better. And as someone who grew up in West Texas, only one of two Black Catholic families in an all Latino church, I have long said that we have got to do better outreach to our Latino brothers and sisters. And I just think we spend a lot of time courting communities of color, specifically the Black community. We need to do a lot more in our Latinx communities. And that is what we've been doing in Tarrant County, is working very hard to build that base and build that part of our constituency, because I will agree with Jason that Latinx voters are going to continue to grow and play a very decisive role in our elections.
Dr. King, what else do Democrats need to do in this state?
So I think one of the things they've got to start doing is building some of the compromise coalitions. I think one of the reasons why the Hispanic...
Tell me what you mean by that for our viewers who might not watch as much. What's a compromise coalition?
That is... Yeah, you have to go ahead and you've got to look at those areas which you do agree on. Things like domestic violence, things like children's health. You've got to get some of the low-hanging fruit of the things that we can agree on. One of the things that's been striking about the turnout of the Latinx vote is the extent to which, some of those issues cut across liberal and conservative. Yes, there's the immigration issue, but there's also the on crime, more support for law enforcement. And so to that end, Black Lives Matter can become a wedge issue within the Latinx population because of the strong Catholic religious base that you may see in Latinx community. You will also see support for pro-life. So it's those kinds of cutting across different issues and building coalitions to agree on small pieces of legislation to move it forward and create those compromises. It wasn't that long ago, if you look back to Bush when he was governor before he became president, W really worked hard to try to build that coalition to focus on economic issues in that particular case, which still holds true to this day. And I think that's part of the reason why you're seeing some of that support down in the Rio Grande Valley that you might not otherwise expect going for President Trump. So it's in those areas that the Democrats have to do a better job of building coalitions. We
have just a couple of moments here left. I want to ask if we can show the presidential numbers for the state of Texas up here. Bud, and I want to go all the way down the line here. Bud, what changes after tonight?
Well, I think that Texans, the Democrats are still uplifted even by a close race in Texas. I think that this is going to continue to go Donald Trump's way as the numbers come in, but I think that Democrats will have more spirit and they'll have more get up and go. They're going into a legislative session probably with a closer House, although not flipping the House. They just have a little more spring in their step, even though they really didn't win.
More than half the vote is in here as we take a look at it. 51% to 48%. The president is ahead, as Bud was saying. Deborah, same for you. I want to go 15, 20 seconds here for each of you guys. What changes after tonight, Deborah?
So I agree. We had to first believe, and I think Beto O'Rourke helped us do that. We had to believe that these races were winnable. This just further it convinces us of what we're doing in Texas, that the work we're doing is right. And so, I had already started working on 2022. So I think Democrats will be energized by the closeness of this race and we'll be ready for the next step.
Jason, same question.
Well, Bud mentioned it earlier on. When you have a competitive state with Republicans and Democrats vying for that center That means the quality of the candidate rises, the issues go to the center, and the things that impact ordinary Texans like myself and you, like education and the economy and the kinds of things that we care about and that impact our lives will be the focus rather than the bathroom bill and far fringy right wing or left wing type issues that have so bogged down our government in Texas for the last decade.
And Dr. King, 10 seconds. Give me a couple of words if you can. What changes after tonight? Anything?
I think the thing that you watch for is continued pickups in 2022. Watch for erosion in the statewide races for Republicans. And the fact of the matter is I wasn't thinking that it would go blue this time around, but I think 2024, 2028, those are what you want to watch for.
All right, sounds good, guys. Thank you very much. We're going to pause down for this live feed here so we can update our television audience. Chris and Cynthia in studio. Stand by for that in just a moment.
Live from Dallas, you're watching WFAA's Vote Texas coverage of the 2020 election.
And we want to welcome you to Election Night here on WFAA. We're going to drill down on how Texans are voting in all these big races.
Starting with the presidential race. Remember, President Trump won Texas by 9 percentage points 4 years ago, and he is ahead right now with 51% of the vote. Let's get to political reporter Jason Whiteley.
Yeah, Jason, rural counties in Texas usually go for the Republicans. Is that what we're seeing tonight?
Indeed so, and that's really where Republicans are hoping they start picking up all their numbers here. Of course, we're seeing that President Trump is ahead by at least 3 percentage points, 300,000 votes, with more than half of the total vote already counted in the state. But at the end of the day, Republicans in these rural counties, they came out for Ted Cruz in 2018. And they are going to do the same thing as well again, likely this time. This is Johnson County, just south of Tarrant County, the presidential race there. Not a surprise at all. Johnson County is very Republican, and the president is leading there by 50% of the vote, 31,000% as well, too. Let's look at Collin County, though, briefly here, because Collin County was going into it was kind of a harbinger of kind of how things might go. Collin County has been solid red like Johnson County has been in the past, but Collin County has changed a lot over the last 4 or 5 years. And you can tell by the results here, too. Tarrant County is one we've really been watching because this has been razor thin tonight. It was 700 or so votes. Now the president is leading by 1,600 votes with almost 3/4 of the total vote already counted. 49%, though, to 49%. Beto O'Rourke turned this county blue 2 years ago, and that's what Republicans are really concerned about. Jason Wheeler is watching not only these 3 counties, but others across the state. Jason, what are you seeing?
Yeah, Jason, we've talked a lot about, you just mentioned all of these rural counties that are starting to fill in and how those do chip away at any lead that Joe Biden had in the beginning of the night. It's sort of a race as you go through the night to find out, will all of these counties combined have enough turnout to put the president over the top by a significant margin to where Joe Biden can't reach him, or will these big urban areas actually push Joe Biden over the top? Right now, I can tell you that in places like Dallas County, Harris County, Travis County, and Bexar County, these big population centers, Joe Biden is outpacing what Hillary Clinton did back in 2016 in those various counties. One thing, though, that if Joe Biden can't pull off Texas tonight as he had hoped to, one thing that they're really going to have to look at is the Hispanic vote, the Latino vote, especially down in the Rio Grande Valley. Look back at 2016. This was solid red down there. And I just want to take you through 4 counties really quickly. You don't have to memorize anything here, but look at this. Here she was. She got 79% of the vote there, 77 there, 74 there, 67 there. You look at what's happening here at these places that have 100% in, Joe Biden winning, but 52, 58, 59, 61, way below what Hillary Clinton was able to turn out 4 years ago. So if he can't take the state, that's going to be one of the big reasons why tonight, perhaps. More as we go through the night.
All right, we want to thank you for watching our digital coverage here on WFAA.com, as well as our coverage on the air as well. We'll be back with you in about a half an hour for the news at 10. Thanks so much for watching.
accept this nomination for President of the United States?
I accept this nomination for President of the United States of America.
Ballots being counted after record early voting.
It's a historic race no matter who wins.
And I think we're going to have a great night. We're going to have a great night. And we're going to have, much more importantly, we're going to have a great 4 years.
There's just so much in play right now. And there's such overwhelming vote out there. We'll see.
From the race for president to the battle for Congress, tonight voters get the last word.
We can no longer sit quiet because we understand the importance of the vote.
My voice has got to count.
Having our voices heard now more than ever is really important.
Will Texas be the tipping point? The first results are in. Live from Dallas, you're watching WFAA's Vote Texas coverage of the 2020 election. You know, I think we all came into this expecting a long night and the possibility the presidential race would be too close to call. And it looks like that's exactly what's happening. A lot of crucial battleground states are still undecided right now, including Texas. Thanks for joining us. I'm Chris Lawrence.
I'm Cynthia Seguirre. Polls just closed on the West Coast in Washington, Oregon, and in California. They're still voting in Alaska and in Hawaii. So here's where things stand right now. According to ABC News, President Trump has 114 electoral votes, Joe Biden with 113.
And here's how that looks on the map. More than 25 states have been called, but these are areas where President Trump or Joe Biden was expected to win. Now, we are seeing some incredibly close numbers in the other states.
And you can see those battleground states, Florida, Georgia, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and right here in Texas are all still too close to call.
Yeah, I mean, we're in unfamiliar territory here. It's after 10 o'clock, and Texas still has not been called. About 71% of the vote is in, and you can see President Trump there leading Joe Biden in a reliably red state, is at least shading somewhat purple.
Yeah, Texas alone accounts for 38 electoral votes, and a candidate needs 270 to win the White House. That's the magic number. We're going to dig into the numbers from the presidential race here in Texas, especially what's happening in Tarrant and in Collin counties, and some other key battles in the Lone Star State. Republican Senator John Cornyn held off Democrat and Air Force veteran MJ Hegar to win his 4th term, and political experts have been calling Texas a toss-up. But will that change the balance of power in our state? So let's start with senior political reporter Jason Whiteley.
Yeah, you've been at this all night. What should we be looking at right now?
You should be looking at the clock, Chris. How late do you want to stay up for these results tonight, my friend? It could be a long night. I know it's a nail biter for so many of you. A lot of anxiety is out there, but look at this right here. These have been changing a little bit. It has been super tight all night, back and forth, back and forth. And this is what's most remarkable. The state of Texas at 7 o'clock, usually 7:01, when that early vote is out, that's when all the networks normally project Texas as a Republican state. Here we are 3 hours later. It's 10 o'clock and the state is still not yet been called. President Trump, as you just saw a moment ago, is leading here, but it is just indicative of how close this might be. One more thing to show you on this map. Everything you see here is exactly what happened in 2016. No state has flipped yet for President Trump or flipped yet for Joe Biden. So that's why these states like Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, and the Great Lakes states are so important. Jason Wheeler is going to bring us up to date on that in just a moment. But let's talk about what Joe Biden and Donald Trump did in the final hours of their campaign. They campaigned up until the last minute today, returning to where it all began for Joe Biden, the home where he lived as a boy in Scranton, Pennsylvania. It's a state, as I just mentioned, that could decide this election. Meanwhile, though, the president, he took a very brief trip to his campaign headquarters at the Republican National Convention right across the river there in Arlington, Virginia. He spent the rest of the day at the White House, and that is where he is at this hour. A lot of numbers, a lot of races to get to, but because of the pandemic, we're trying to social distance as much as possible. We're going to leave Chris and Cynthia in this studio just for a moment and walk down the hall here at WFAA to Jason Wheeler and another part of the building. I do want to tell you this as we make the walk. If any of the major states are called, if any state is called in this newscast. You will hear it right here, so don't flip away. And also, you can keep up to date with all the other races scrolling at the bottom of your screen. But Jason, let's talk about the
Wait, before you say that, I just want to back up what you just got done saying about that we are going to call, or any state that is called will be reflected in this map during this newscast, because right before you went on, I noticed that you noticed that change right at the end.
What changed?
ABC News has just projected California, Oregon, and Washington. So the whole West Coast just lit up blue as soon as we went on the air at 10 o'clock. And that's why you were looking at 114, 113 right before we hit air. And now we see a very big difference here. All of this, though, as you said, very much expected, just like everything else we've seen across the map all night. Nothing has flipped yet.
That's what's remarkable so far. Has anything surprised you yet? Because when we look at the Texas map, the counties that are white here, in just a moment when it populates, the counties that are white are ones where we haven't yet heard the vote totals yet, which is remarkable.
It happens, though. You know, we go through this with every election. Sometimes there's, some slowness in getting those numbers out. You see, where some of these places are. They're kind of, far afield there. But we have been filling in the map slowly but surely throughout the night. And consider this, Jason. Right now, we are at about close to 9.6 million votes counted. Remember, in early voting, we had 9.7 million ballots. We haven't even hit that mark yet. So just imagine how many more ballots are still left to come from the rest of that plus all of today's vote. Now, we don't know what mix all of this is, but that just gives you an idea that we've got millions of ballots to get through still. And that's, why, it might be taking a little while in some of these places because voter turnout's just been nuts.
And 4 years ago, the president won this state by 9 points. It's much tighter now, but let's talk about the suburban counties.
Okay, so
Collin County, Denton County, Tarrant County.
This is the usual race. Okay, so first we'll come into where we are here because, we care about what goes on here in North Texas. So this is usually the sort of color scheme that you see where you've got Dallas County in blue and then you've got red around it. As you said earlier tonight, though, in our digital coverage, this is looking a lot more pinkish, whitish than it usually does. This is Dallas County where you see Joe Biden doing very well, 65% to 33%. That's how many more votes he has gotten, 272,000 votes in Dallas County than Donald Trump. There we look at Collin County. Very close race, 18,000 votes between them. In Denton County, 32,000 votes between them. And then Tarrant County, boy, that one has just been razor thin all night long. Donald Trump ahead by 4,000 or so votes there. One thing that I want to point out, though, as we go to the state here, and we can see the entire state, is that we've been seeing Joe Biden outperform what Hillary Clinton did when she was running in 2016 in the big counties, like Dallas County here, for instance. He's pulling, there he goes, 65%. Tarrant County, 73%. Bexar County, 58%. If we look at what Clinton did, 61, 66, and 54. So she didn't do as well as he's doing in the big counties. The question is, when we're at 74% or so of the vote counted, if we look at statewide, 77% of the vote counted, can he still pull in enough votes in these big counties and these suburban counties, which he has been turning blue this time, to offset all of the red that we're going to see filling in a lot of these counties where you see white right now? And what will the valley look like, the Rio Grande Valley? We're going to be talking about that later because that might be one of the really big stories coming out of Texas after this election.
Yeah, I want to, Jason, just briefly talking to Democrats across the state. Of course, they wish the numbers were higher, but at the end of the day, they're saying Texas is competitive for the first time in years.
Because we're here at 10 o'clock and it still hasn't been called.
Exactly the case. Chris and Cynthia, back to you for now.
All right, great context, guys. Thanks. And now to the U.S. Senate race in Texas. Republican incumbent John Cornyn is returning to Washington for a fourth term. And here's the vote totals so far. Senator Cornyn with 53% of the vote. MJ Hegar, 44%.
All right, let's get to Teresa Woodard. Teresa, Senator Cornyn nearly doubled his opponent's vote total 6 years ago. This one was a lot closer, but it was still called fairly early.
It was called early, Chris. In fact, 90 minutes or so after the polls closed, MJ Hegar called Senator Cornyn to concede this race. He won despite record turnout that was unlike anything he had ever seen during any of his previous Senate runs. Here is an interesting storyline from the night, though. The Republican incumbent senator outperforming the Republican incumbent president in the state of Texas. Now, Cornyn had a sort of a short virtual victory speech earlier tonight, and he did speak about President Trump during that speech. He said, quote, "I'm proud to work with him. When I disagree, I do it in private. He's accessible. He listens. Sometimes I'm able to move the needle with him." Missing from his speech tonight was any flattery for Hegar. In fact, here's what he said in that brief meeting with reporters.
The hardest thing in politics is trying to get your story out, and the easiest thing for your opponent to do is simply to lie about your record.
Now, Hegar said tonight she believes that through this campaign, they were able to explain to Senator Cornyn that he needs to answer to all of the people of Texas. Cornyn did say this was a hard-fought race. And when he ended things tonight with reporters, he thanked all of the people of Texas for sending him back to Washington, D.C. for a fourth term. Chris, Izzy?
All right, Teresa, thank you. And now let's get a closer look at what's happening tonight in the Texas House.
Yeah, the big story, 2 Republicans in North Texas have lost their races. Jason Whiteley and Jason Wheeler are breaking down the results.
Yeah, guys, so we talked about the presidential race. Teresa just talked about the Senate race. And, of course, the other big thing we've been watching all night is the balance of power in the Texas House of Representatives. Democrats needed 9 seats. It looks like they might have gotten 2 of them in North Texas here tonight. Let's show you the full screens for at least 2 of the races we've been watching tonight. Morgan Meyer, it looks like now he is in the lead in this race, but he has been going back and forth, back and forth. He spent much of the night behind Joanna Katnack. And then, of course, Angie Chin Button. She also represents another part of Dallas County. And Angie Chin Button, this race, it appears that she might be slightly ahead. I'm not sure if these are our latest numbers or not. But those 2 races are definitely ones to watch tonight, Jason. At the end of the day, Democrats need more seats to elect a speaker and have a bigger say in state government.
They do need far more than 2. Let's say they get those 2 here and they add those to the pile. You still got 69 to 81 in the Texas House, and that's just not going to be enough. The more that Democrats could add in the Texas House, let's say even if they don't get over the hump there, the more power that they have, the more negotiating power that they have with Republicans, moderate Republicans, to, let's see what we can get done. If you do what I want, I can maybe do some of what you want. But if they can't get as close as that, and certainly if they end up back here at status quo, then that really affects the power balance once again in the Texas House. And don't forget, Democrats were really hoping that they could pull those 9 seats this time around. They haven't had the majority in the Texas House since way back in 2002, and they considered this to be about the best chance that they had seen in 2 decades to get there. So we'll see if they can fill in some more of these dots as the night goes on. But these races have been super close all evening.
All right, Jason, thanks a lot. We have had experts helping add perspective to this all evening on our digital program, but want to bring you up to date as well on kind of what's happening now in the 10 o'clock hour, since you're staying up with us like so many of you guys are. Bud Kennedy is with the Fort Worth Star-Telegram, covered politics for years. Bernadine Steptoe is a political producer at WFAA, so we're calling on them to really kind of add some context to this. Bud, let's start with you. And what really changes after tonight? Because it appears that at least Republicans likely will hang on to the major seats.
Well, I think Republicans had a big turnout the last weekend, the final days. They're electing people. It looks like Irving Mayor Beth Van Dyne may be elected in that open congressional seat. There's still a lot of mail-in ballots to be counted in Tarrant County. What we found out is that Texas had a lot more voters, but a lot of them were Republicans. So I don't think anything changes.
But is there a surprise at all? Are you surprised at what you've seen so far in this state? Because Democrats had really hoped, at least priority 1, more so than the presidential race in this state, more so than the Senate race in this state. They really wanted to get majority control of the Texas House and have a bigger say in state government.
I'm not surprised, because 2 years ago, the Democrats made a lot of headway when Beto O'Rourke spent $90 million going around Texas eating Whataburgers. This time, Joe Biden didn't come to the state. It wasn't on the map. When Kamala Harris did come to the state, it came late, and it probably hurt the campaign here.
Bernadine, you're back with us. I want to ask you, what changes after tonight when you look at these results and Republicans appear to be narrowly hanging on to all of the major seats in our state?
The Democrats are going to have to find a way to appeal to these rural areas. They cannot win in the rural counties, and in Texas, it appears as if you can narrow the percentages, but you cannot win without rural counties in Texas. They can run up the numbers in these urban cities, urban counties, but you've got to win in the rural counties as well.
And indeed so. We appreciate it, guys. Back to you all in a little bit here. Chris and Cynthia, back to you.
All right, Jason, thank you. And coming up next, the showdown in Tarrant County, a closer look at the presidential race separated by just hundreds of votes.
And next at 10, an update on the races for Congress as well. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to Election Day coverage here on WFAA. The Omni Hotel lit up with Vote.
Yeah, let's get a closer look at Tarrant County. The race for president, a lot closer than what we're used to seeing.
Yeah, let's take a look at the numbers right now. President Trump has 50% of the vote. Former Vice President Joe Biden with 49% of the vote.
Yeah, it's with about 75% of the vote coming in. Let's turn to Tarrant County reporter William Joy now. William, what are you seeing tonight that might explain why Tarrant County is narrowing somewhat from what we've seen?
Yeah, Chris, Izzy, I mean, you just looked at the numbers there. I think a lot of people thought this county would be tight, would be close, but maybe not this close. I mean, with 750,000 votes counted so far, President Trump has just a 4,000 vote lead. That's talking about all the early voting plus about half of the 100,000 votes cast today. And really, as you talked about, people all across the country are really paying attention to Tarrant County because it's this perfect example, maybe a leading indicator even of the shifting demographics that we're seeing all across the state. But if you really drill down into the numbers here just a little bit further, you see that in the Senate race, Senator John Cornyn is winning by 6%. Beto O'Rourke actually won this county back in 2018 by a slim margin, but still won it. So the race may not be quite as blue as the race for president implies, at least from a generic standpoint. Now, throughout the county today, driving around, we didn't see a lot of turnout, maybe one or two lines after that early morning rush wrapped up. But Tarrant County really did blow past its 2016 total votes if you look at all of the votes that ended up being cast. Also talked to a judge in Diamond Hill who told me that they really compare this to a May school board election almost, with the low voting turnout that actually happened today. One thing they also mentioned is that about a third of the people that were coming to vote, at least at that location, were voting for the first time. That's another trend that we're watching everywhere. And two other quick notes. The race for sheriff isn't going to get a lot of attention, but that also had a 6-point gap, right? So that's the same 6 points that we're seeing from the generic standpoint in the race for Senate. But what's also interesting about that is that's at the bottom of ballots for people who voted here in Tarrant County. And in a year that we got rid of straight ticket voting, I took a look, and of the roughly 750,000 people who voted for president, only about 15 to 20,000 didn't make it to the end of that ballot to vote. So that's just something to pay attention to as we look at kind of the impact that's having. Reporting live in Fort Worth, I'm William Joy.
All right, William, thank you. And Republicans were hoping to make up some ground in Congress after losing suburban seats in the 2018 midterms. So let's go to District 32. The area covers parts of North Dallas County and Collin County. Republican Pete Sessions lost it to Democrat Colin Allred 2 years ago. And here is where the race stands right now. Colin Allred has 52% of the vote, and Genevieve Collins, the Republican challenger here, with 46% of the vote. And another hot race here in North Texas is District 24. The area covers much of Grapevine and Carrollton, and voters will elect one of these two women into Congress. Republican Beth Van Dyne, the former Irving mayor, has 49% of the votes, and Democrat Candace Valenzuela, a former board member of Carrollton Farmers Branch ISD, has 47% of the vote. It is the first time ever that a woman will go to Congress to represent the 24th congressional district. Republican incumbent Kenny Marchant will retire this year after representing this district for 15 years, Chris.
And we're still seeing the numbers come in. We'll be right back with much more right after the break.
All right, welcome back to our Vote Texas coverage of the 2020 election. We appreciate you staying up with us because it really might be a long night. You talked earlier about what's happening in the major urban areas.
Right.
Let's talk about the Valley of Texas, Rio Grande Valley, Brownsville, McAllen, Harlingen, etc.
Let's head there because, again, we're going to have this battle that's going to continue through the night with these major population centers in Texas versus the rural counties. Which one will put their candidate on top? Right now, it's President Trump solidly with 441,000 votes more than Joe Biden with 78.8% reporting. Here's what I want to talk about. If Joe Biden doesn't end up taking this state tonight, there's always soul searching of, why? What happened there? Look down at the valley. Look back in 2016, solid red. Some of the reason we don't see, solid blue. Some of the reason we don't see that right now is because some of these counties haven't been filled in yet. But let's look at a couple of them that have been filled in that are at 100% reporting. And you don't have to memorize this. Just look at this. Look at the Biden lead in these. 52%, 58%, 59%, 61%. You go, that's pretty good. 50s and 60. Look at what happened in 2016 with Hillary Clinton. Same counties, 79%, 77%, 74%, 67%. She way outperformed him down in the valley. Did he reach that Hispanic vote? Because I can tell you earlier tonight in Florida, we saw something very similar down in Miami-Dade County in Florida, where, Hillary Clinton won by 300,000 votes last time around. This time in Miami-Dade County, Joe Biden, as it stands right now with 95% of the vote in, is about 80,000 votes up. Again, Hillary Clinton won that by 300,000 or so votes. So the Hispanic vote may have played a crucial role in these couple of places. That doesn't undo what could happen, electorally through the night, but that is something to look at.
Democrats have their work cut out, I would argue, with Latino voters.
Right.
We saw Beto O'Rourke in 2018 had some trouble in the Valley, especially during the primary. And here we are 2 years later seeing the exact same thing, Jason.
Talking about the same thing and also talking about those rural voters that we heard about just a little while ago. And Democrats are going to have to find a way to appeal to them because, again, you got all of this red space out here and you got to win some of that.
All right, sounds good. There are a lot of white counties still left to fill in there. Just a reminder, we're not going anywhere tonight. We're going to be up late here with you. The night's young. The night is young for us. We're going to record a political podcast for our Y'all-itics political podcast series tonight.
That's right. We've got a lot of experts here. We've got so many takeaways that are going on, and this thing's fluid too, so we're going to be sort of riding that as we are talking about the issues and the things that have popped up throughout the night tonight. It's going to be a good discussion.
This will be ready for your first thing in the morning when you wake up, because I'm sure a lot of people want to know what happened to this presidential race and all the other races. Much more results when we come back.
Hi, everybody. I'm News 8 Chief Meteorologist Pete Delkus. I just want to give you a quick weather update. Beautiful day today, sunny skies and 78 degrees. As you look at your 10-day forecast, we stay in the mid to upper 70s as we head through Wednesday and Thursday, middle 70s Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So a gorgeous rest of this week for us. And then some rain does come back into the forecast next week, and so does a cool down. But remember, that's next week. This week will be absolutely gorgeous. Enjoy the weather. Make sure you stay with us. News 8 continues right after this.
I understand the need to know exactly where things stand, but we all may have to be just a bit more patient.
It's so hard, Chris. Let's go back to the Jasons now for one last update. How long will we be at it tonight, guys?
It may be a while to go. It's 10:30. What's most remarkable about this map Jason has up, look at Texas. Still has not been called yet.
Still
President Trump is leading, but Jason, fill us in on what's happened since this newscast started.
Well, okay, so right off the bat, we saw the West Coast go blue. This is ABC News. This is how they're populating their map. You should know that different news organizations, they've got smart people who do a lot of math, and they decide, when it looks like statistically somebody else can't catch up, they'll call a state. Different organizations do that in a different way. Some of them are a little bit more reticent to say, yeah, that's going that way and that one's going that way. So this is what ABC News is saying right now. They have Trump at 114, Biden at 187. You need 270 to win, so still a ways to go. This is what the Associated Press is saying. Trump at 114, Biden at 209, because they've also added in Virginia and New Mexico there. So again, still a long night ahead, though, no matter which one you're looking at.
Yeah, indeed so. And the bottom line for you at home is that both candidates still have a path to the presidency.
Correct.
Getting to 270 electoral votes. But as you said, it could be a long night.
Could be several days before we know for sure.
Potentially so. Chris and Cynthia, back to you.
All right, Jason Whiteley and Jason Wheeler, great job tonight. And the coverage doesn't end here. We're going to stay active on all of our digital channels to get you the latest results throughout the night.
Yeah, now hopefully we will have a much better idea of the big picture tomorrow morning. So we urge you to wake up with Daybreak at 4:30 a.m. They're going to have a lot more analysis, just like you saw here tonight.
Until then, WFAA.com. Have a great night, everyone, and we'll see you in the morning.